Would you look at that beautiful transition from the clock into the client? Welcome to the OC Catch World Cup 2019. My name is Satan and I'm here joined by JB Hyperion. Hi, my man.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully you all enjoyed South Korea versus China, the winners bracket final, a little bit earlier today. We got 3 more fantastic games coming your way. The first of which, Chile versus the US. Pretty excited about this one.
It's a losers bracket match, so that means everything is at stake here. Losing means you will be out of the tournament, and there's 2 really strong rosters here lined up for us for our entertainment. Line QTXZ, LNL, Nico, Nacho, Ariziel, and Lechuin for your red side, Chile. And for the US, we have Chicken Bible, Kendall, Karisu, Zach, Rostable, and Lexi. Still have to get used to the Rostable name. Good old Jimmy Wrestler.
Not quite had as many rounds of this tournament to get used to it as we have. You've been away on your fantastic vacation.
Yep, that's true. I've been away for 2 weeks, and I'm back for these 2 matches that are upcoming, and then I'll be gone for the next weekend again. I'll be enjoying myself at the Cowboy event, the OC event taking place in the Netherlands. It'll be great.
Look at this
but in the
guy,
meantime,
hardly working.
Yeah. It's kind of a sin, but what can you do? But you guys have had some really cool matches to enjoy as well, I would assume.
Absolutely, yeah. Over the previous weeks, we had the US versus Hong Kong tiebreaker from last week that was like full of twists and turns, and then Hong Kong had that game with Taiwan also that put them in the losers bracket in the first place.
Yeah, we were actually watching that game in Poland with I was meeting with Cosmid and Bober of Darkness.
Get away from the catch even when you're on holiday. It reminds me
we
of
were
me in last year's World Cup. I was like on the beach, like just gotta get my laptop out, check the World Cup.
you brought your laptop to the beat. Beat. Catch the beat.
Catch the beat.
You get that one? Ah, you got it. You got it.
You got it. We got it, boys. This is how you know he's back. He's not lost any form. The fruit puns are still there.
I mean, I'm not really the one to do a lot of fruit puns, right? So maybe this is like a renaissance of my being.
Pretty hot on the fruit puns this year. He has taken up the fruit pun mantra, it seems.
That's good for him. We need somebody to do it right.
Guys, we haven't even had warm-ups yet. You can't get hyped about tiebreaker when we haven't even had warm-ups.
I mean, you can. That's fine. I mean, you can be right. I mean, these are 2 very closely matched teams, I would say, especially with the current US roster we have, and Chile's roster being fairly unchanged compared to other years. I mean, they are facing each other in this round, in the finals round, which is already very far into the tournament. And I am not sure who's going to take this one, actually. Is there any kind of intel we can grab from the pick'ems from people? Because I haven't really looked into that.
That is a fantastic idea. Let's see what you guys think, because you're the geniuses and we just talk a lot of smack about what we see on the screen.
Exactly. Let's have a look. I don't even know how this site works.
We don't actually... Oh, we do actually have... 48.8% of people think USA and 51.2% of people think Chile. So there's probably like 1 vote difference in that. It's very, very even split, but slight favor in terms of Chile. And I can understand why people maybe think Chile have the slight edge. The US definitely looked a bit below their best in their previous 2 weeks. They had a fairly comfortable 7-0 victory over Brazil, where they weren't ever really tested outside of Nomad and Hidden. And then in the quarterfinals, that was the week that they got pummeled almost by France, which surprised quite a lot of people. So the US have had some good results in the previous week, but I don't think they've really been tested quite like they'll be tested against Chile in this finals week 1.
I find it really interesting that this is like... Imagine if pick'ems were a thing like in past World Cups for catch. I would say that nobody ever would have picked Chile over the United States in a pick'em, or at least the majority in that case. This is like very interesting, at least, to see Chile actually being favored over the USA, even if it's only like really slightly. But I mean, it's still an advantage, and I myself am also gonna say that probably Chile is going to be the winner in this match, actually.
Do you think Chile have the advantage?
I do believe that they have a slight advantage over the US, just because they have their players are getting better by the year, right? I mean, they've always been really high ranked, but they always keep being at a very high level of play. With people being top 30, and you have some people outside of top 30 who are definitely also able to get into top 30, and the skill level does show that. Whereas the USA, as a team, scrambled of some people that haven't really played for a long time, which were really good players back in the day. I mean, Karisu was like an amazing player a few years back, but recently he hasn't been as active, and he hasn't really caught up with some of the competition, I would say. And yeah, the USA team isn't really too strong compared to some of the other years they've had. They aren't really compiled of the team isn't really compiled of the best players that there are in the USA, just because people don't really seem to be able to play in CWC, or they don't want to. You know, there's various reasons for that. But
well,
yeah.
When you have a roster of Chicken Bible, Rossold, and Lexi as your top 3, all of whom are top 30 players themselves, I don't think you can consider the US to be weak by any means.
No, they're not, and that's why they're in the finals round. But I do believe that Chile have 6 really strong members, whereas the USA obviously has those really strong members, those 3 you just mentioned. And we have a few fills, I do believe, with, for example, Zach only really being used for hidden, if at all. Whereas I do believe that the Chilean team can vary a lot more in terms of who to pick for whatever map, and in that sense also create a little bit of a more comfortable zone for the players to be in, because they can swap plays a lot of the time, giving players breaks in between maps. Whereas probably Chicken Bible and Lexi and Rostable especially are going to see themselves play like pretty much every single map in this game, which is going to be very stressful, especially considering this is going to be a best of 13, 57 points.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's just my take on it.
Especially when players are adapting from things like AR8 hidden to AR9 double time, having the ability to swap in 3 players that are completely fresh and have been practicing on that approach rate and haven't played the previous map might give them a significant advantage. And I think you are also correct in that Chile have a lot of players that can perform well on like a wide variety of mods, whereas the US have more kind of specialized players for each individual mod. We've seen Kendall stepping up to the role of like a DT specialist in some of the previous matches, and he's been a player that pressure has been really heaped on in the previous rounds. So I'll be interested to see how he fares in like this map pool difficulty, which is just elevated drastically from the semi-finals and the rounds previously.
Yeah, Kendall had to play the catching up game a lot. I did see that match versus Hong Kong, and I noticed especially the fact that Kendall had to be used in some scenarios because Lexi isn't really too comfortable playing Hard Rock. And Lexi, his skill set isn't really too good for somebody that has to play like all round, because he did pick a few I think Lexi played a few of the Hard Rock maps, right, in that match, and then swapped out with Kendall a few times as well. But his skill set isn't really too perfect for a tournament scenario where he has to play every single map. Especially some things like the tiebreaker, for example. Obviously, Lexi's going to be a little bit more comfortable playing hidden, as I've heard from his teammate Chicken Bible. But then again, it's a tiebreaker, and it's not a hidden pick, right? So in a tournament setting, that might just make you a lot more stressed, because the tiebreaker isn't really meant for people that play hidden a lot. It's meant for as a no mod map, because everybody pretty much plays it with no mod, except for Lexi last time. And some of the jumps in that map were especially really hard to read with hidden, in my opinion. Some of those jumpy streams that were in the... It was Crowley's map, right? One of the ICDD maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Lexi kind of has to play a lot out of his comfort zone, and Kendall isn't really used to playing on this really high level, like finals. The map pool's even harder than it was last week. And in that sense, the United States is going to have to rely on these pillars of Chicken Bible and Rostel a lot of the time. And I mean, they're human too. They can make mistakes as well. Rostel has had a especially amazing run in this CWC so far. I mean, looking in the match logs, you see a lot of the time that he's the MVP of the match.
It's very rare that Russell doesn't have an MVP level performance in CWC at this stage. It would be more surprising if he underperformed than if he just SS'd a couple matches, even in a semi-finals or a finals pool, as we've seen some of the Korean and Chinese players do earlier today.
That is correct. But the thing is, it's going to get harder for him to be able to keep up with that MVP level as the difficulty raises in each map pool. And that also means that switching from, for example, a hidden map to a hard rock map or a double time map to no mod is going to be even harder. The transition between those maps. So underperforming for him, in a sense, in a way that USA needs him to perform, means underperforming for him is pretty much not playing as an MVP role in that sense. And he's had that happen a few times in the previous match versus Hong Kong. He still played absolutely amazing, better than most players in the tournament will ever be able to play, maybe. But it needed to be a little bit better if USA wanted to have a comfortable win against Hong Kong. I mean, Hong Kong still forced a tiebreak against the USA. You got to keep that in mind.
And they were elite for most of that match, so the fact that the US were able to come back from that did show remarkable character.
Sorry, come again?
Saying that the US did come back from behind in that match. Hong Kong were leading for most of the match. So the fact that they managed to come back to force the tiebreaker and then win it shows great character from them that they're going to need to bring forward into this and any future matches in the tournament.
They really need to bring that forward in this match especially. Yeah. So that's the thing that becomes hard. I haven't really followed Chile to the extent that I've been following the USA, so I can't really comment too much about that team other than just my regular experience with Chile in World Cups. And I mean, they kind of broke the curse where they always used to be really good players in solo, but not quite as good in multiplayer. They kind of broke that curse last year, in my opinion, because they played really well last year. And
they got that third place, the winners bracket final, and then virtually losing to China for that third place spot last year.
Yeah, and that's exactly where you would expect a team like Chile to be positioned in. So they broke that curse last year, and now they are really showing that their multiplayer skills and their tournament skills are also on point. And again, it's going to be a really close clash all in all. The United States probably has the better MVP players, let's just say, for tournaments, but Chile has the stronger team. And it's really going to come down to how much weight can the MVPs from the USA carry in this match, and how good is Chile in general.
So potentially some mind games coming out of teams here opting for the unconventional low AR hidden pick for warm-up, maybe signaling that some hidden is on the menu first up.
Or perhaps some high AR instead.
Maybe they go for the reverse psychology, the switch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can't really know if teams really consider these kind of tactics beforehand, but I know that some do, so you never know. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, they don't even know whether they get to pick or ban first, right? At this point, so it's pretty hard to determine. But if they were to indeed pick first, then they could indeed, by chance, have taken a very fitting warm-up for the incoming pick, let's say. Zach actually catching those with him, and that's beautiful. Lechigwin as well. Actually, almost everybody catching those with him, and that's impressive. Wow. I mean, I know this is quite a...
Karisu having a little bit of trouble, but Lexi, Zach, and Lechigwin doing stellar work on those hugely spaced regular jumps, and then some of them transitioning into hyper dashes as well with the low approach rate are very difficult to time.
In the meantime, Lion is just chilling with nobody. Why try and be cool?
Has Korea played? Yes. Korea played in the opening match on stream this morning in the winners bracket final against China. They were victorious 7-2 in that one. We'll see both those teams again next weekend, but for now, that is everything from South Korea and China. some roll predictions coming out in the chat with just 1/3 of this second warm-up to go. Feel free to join in on those if you haven't done so already. We've had some people get pretty close in previous rounds. I've just stopped predicting because I'm always miles off. Like, not even in the same like country as the actual rolls, my predictions.
Okay, what about some teamwork? We'll just take 4 consecutive numbers, all right? So
4
maybe we
consecutive
cover
numbers.
a bigger area of RNG in that case. It makes no sense, but it feels like you have a higher chance when you do that, in my opinion. So you just say that United States is going to roll 55, Chile's going to roll 56. I'm going to say USA is going to roll 57, Chile's going to roll 58.
Okay,
with
I
that?
see. As commentators, we've doubled our chances as a collective unit.
Exactly.
And also, if
At
we get
least
it right, you can take the credit, and if we get it wrong, you can blame me. That's a good plan,
There's
right?
absolutely nothing wrong with this plan. Let's go in here with a very high combo.
Yeah, really impressive. He's holding
Lord.
that S rank as well. Lexi with the 99.20. Line also just under 99% as well. I'm not sure if Zach is deliberately dodging droplets. I think he is at this point.
Yeah,
His
he is.
87% accuracy is pretty impressive in its own right.
Okay, so let's hope that they roll between the 54 and the 58 range. No, actually, the 55 and the 58 range, my bad. That's
Yep.
mass for you. I just mentioned 5 numbers instead of 4.
Yeah, we got an extra roll.
I think they will roll between 1 and 100.
Ooh, bold prediction. Are you sure about that?
I put my life on the line here.
Ooh, he's risky.
I'm very risky on this one. Woohoo! In before the match is discontinued, and I lose the bet after all. Let's not do that, Trosk, or Pan in this case. Don't cut the stream and don't abort the match, please. Thank you very much.
Well, you've got your wants and needs line already saying, "Don't ban Susumu Hidden. Let me pick that map first, please." You'd think that US would be quite happy with low approach rate Hidden, but Chile obviously want that one as well. Not a great roll from line, only 15. Lexi gonna roll for the US. Hopefully he can beat that. We're already well off, I think. 64 though, that one's a bit closer. Thank you, Lexi, sparing us somewhat.
Somebody did guess they would roll 65 though, so
Oh, there's 12 versus 65 from Eagle, so he was pretty damn close on that one. Chicken Bible saying they want to ban second and pick first. So Chile are gonna ban first straight up, and we'll see what they want to get rid of. Obviously expanded pool size for this semi-finals and finals week. Best of 13, first to 7, as Sartan said earlier. Looking like Chile are going to ban Sunset March double time #1.
we haven't actually asked you for your prediction yet, JBH. What do you think is going to happen this match?
My prediction was it was originally 7-5 to Chile, and then I witnessed some of the US practicing, and I'm not sure how Chile's practicing went, but US went ham. They've been training very hard, and I have been swayed into the belief that they actually have a slight advantage, and they've really picked up their game from last week. So I switched my prediction to 7-5 US. I'm hoping they don't let me down on this one.
Some patriotism here. All right,
Like,
okay.
I guess
Johnny's
my
coming in.
adopted country, I suppose. Yeah. We
Fair pick,
just
though,
saw
fair pick.
Dutchino Ribbon, the band from the US, Hard Rock #3. I think that was possibly banned in the previous match as well. Just skim back and see that one.
Well, that's a pretty rough hard rock indeed, that you Dachino Ribbon.
Oh no, China's second ban was Deconstruction Star, so right pool, but wrong map. So we've got a specific double time removed and a convert hard rock out of the picture. US having the second ban, so first pick is all theirs. Feels left out, which was the very first ban from South Korea in the previous match, is going to be the first pick for the US in this one. Nomad number 1. So naturally, this will be the first time we've seen this one.
Feels
Mapped
left
by
out, man.
A. James, who has featured quite prominently in the 2019 edition of the Catch World Cup. I think he's had a map in 3 or 4 pools now. Obviously a very up-and-coming mapper from the Philippines scene.
I mean, at this point, he's established himself as a very good mapper, I would say. And I love the fact he's used a smiley for the difficulty.
That is very cute.
Yeah, that's really cute indeed. And this was a USA's pick, right? So they are gonna get into this match and warm up a little extra with some Nomad, probably. It's a safe pick, obviously.
Yeah, a little bit of Nomad conventional at that to settle the nerves, hopefully get a point on the board. As you said, losers bracket encounter. Winner goes on to a match later on today against either Mexico or France. That Finals Week 1 match coming up immediately after this one. And then the winner of these 4 teams clashing heads gets to face China for a potential spot in the grand final next weekend. When does the World Cup end? We got 1 more week after this one, so there's 3 more matches today in Finals Week 1. Then we have a losers bracket final, which decides 3rd place, and then a grand final after that one next weekend to decide the eventual winners of the 2019 Catch World Cup. So here we go.
And
Pick
that means
number
it's
1.
not too late to buy
Ooh,
banners.
yep.
Yet.
Sneak
So
that banner plug in there right there.
I've been
before we
told
get
to
going.
plug that in somewhere, so let's do it. You can buy banners for your favorite team. For example, one of these 2, as they're gonna get started with the first map. Feels left out. I wonder what drink she's holding. The girl in the
Someone
background.
saying Asahi beer promo. Quidjabo saying that in the Twitch chat. Can't quite make that out from here, but
I can make out the Chicken Bible's coming in with the first miss here.
very observant.
And so is Nacha L.
Everyone else hitting 200 combo, seemingly without too much difficulty, but some of these wiggles are quite punishing. Nacho L and Line and Eldenal all going to drop triple miss from Chile.
Lexi doing the same though, missing multiple time. Rostadil, the only one holding on to a combo, picking up that MVP role we really need to see from him for the USA side.
Yeah, Lexi dropping dangerously low there, but he's recovered fine. Eldenal we did see drop again just while we were talking about how good Rossald is playing. So Chile quite in the mud here. They've got some work to do with only 1/3 of the map to go. This is quite short, only 1 3/4 minutes long. US are building up a pretty healthy advantage thus far.
And it's hard to not undershoot these. As you can see, a lot of miss there for Eldenil and Nachel doing exactly that.
Yeah, line dropping as well, so another triple break from Chile. No 200 combos left. Everyone holding that maximum score combo. Chicken Bible does drop, just I say that though, but Rossald and Lexi still holding. Lexi drops Chicken Bible once again, but they manage to survive line, failing at the end there. Wouldn't have made a difference because Chile were on the losing side with that one. Rossald with the double S, He knows how to play this game, man.
Applause for Russell, indeed. As we already wanted to see, Russell with the MVP here. Good job to him. And that's a very strong first point for the USA. Line QTZ not being able to pass that even. Let's see what they will counter the United States with. So okay, as mentioned, they are going to go for Big Brother. Okay, so hidden is going to be the strategy here for Chile. And I mean, they've always been really strong with hidden. But then again, the USA does have Lexi and Zach. And I'm not sure if Zach's going to be playing.
Whether Zach is able to keep up with the pressure and the difficulty of this pool. We've seen him play a lot of the low AR hidden as the tournament's progressed, but we haven't seen anywhere near as much of him as we maybe have in previous years. And they should have been expecting this, the US. I mean, Chile did call their shot. Line said, please don't ban the Susumu Hirasawa map. Oh, sorry, this is Model P, but it's very much based on the old Kirby style Hirasawa maps. So US probably knew this was coming, and they're fine to just let it happen, to go with the flow.
Zach coming in with a very grandiose introduction here. Thanks to his teammates.
He doesn't want any of it though. Telling them to just be quiet and let their fruit catching do the talking.
This is going to be a close one, I do believe. A very strong hidden setup here for the USA. But Chile is very much known for their really strong hidden plays too. And this is their pick, so that means they probably should be comfortable with it.
Yeah, their first pick at that, so definitely the thing they feel most confident in at getting a point on the board, as obviously US have just done with Fields Left Out. In some ways, the first point, although it's the map that you feel most confident on, it can be the most kind of nervous. There's so much pressure that you put on yourself saying, this is the thing that we're going to succeed at. And if you get put behind the 8-ball early by losing your own first pick, everything else just feels so much more difficult.
That is correct, but they've been in this spot many times before, so I'm going to have to trust Chile here and see how they perform. But I do believe this is going to be a very fun map for both teams. Rostel here, very precise with the droplets. Moving just a little bit extra, but it does cost him a miss here as well as for Zach with his opening map.
Right at the same spot there for the US as all other players, 3 on Chile. Lechiguin dropping though, so now it's 2-1, closing in on that 200 combo mark. Eldenal drops right after getting to 200 as Zach sees another miss. Also, just Line and Lexi holding on for their 4 combos at present.
Yeah, Lechi's having some very strange misses there, some that he's definitely been able to avoid. But he, for example, missed a few notes in the middle there for whatever reason, didn't even move. Kind of weird, but Eldenel and Lechi need struggling to go back to 200 combo. Rostel and Zach also struggling, so it's pretty much Line and Lexi for both sides here carrying the teams. Not anymore though, as Line is going to miss and Lexi's going to be able to take over here with his 400 combo.
Yeah, great performance from him so far as they hit the 1/3 mark. Up to that point, Chile had an early lead, but most other misses were being kind of evenly traded. Eldenal with Rosseld and Lechigun with Zach. Eldenal triple miss, everyone missing from both sides actually. So Chile still have the combo advantage here of about 50 to 60,000. And it's going to be difficult for the US to recoup this when then they have no strong combos left on their side. Rosseld and Zach both missing again.
A very beautiful correction there for Eldenal right before his miss though. Barely managing to not make himself overshoot, but Lexi here with the very solid performance. He's missed quite a few droplets, but that doesn't matter as long as his combo is going to go back up to 200, which is definitely going to provide his team a lot of firepower.
The gap
but Russell and Zach are really weak on this one so far, look compared to their teammates, so that's going to be a bottleneck.
The gap is 40,000. Line and Lechu both hitting 200 combo now. Eldenal right behind them. Russell is going to hit 200 as well, but Zach is still got a long way to go, assuming he doesn't see another miss. Only 1/4 of the map to go, and there's still about a 40 to 50,000 point advantage for the US to overhaul. Line going to drop now. Still 2 combos left on the side of Chile. Zach just getting up to 200 combo. Lexi still going up 400. Another miss from Eldenal now.
Yeah, and this is definitely the opportunity for the USA to take over. Zach and Russell missing, though. Everybody but Lechiguin missing here. So that opportunity has now gone. But Lechiguin is going to be able to pull back the lead a little bit further for Chile. And they are going to be rounding off the map very soon. Not sure if the United States has anything left to take this one still. Seemingly not. Even though it's very close, the map is just too short for them to be able to make a comeback right at the end. And there's a score difference that is very minor, but at least it's a point for Chile at the start. Probably sweating more than they hoped they did, though. So that's going to be something.
Definitely, as you said, some sweating, some nerves in the Chile camp there. They would have wanted that one to be a little bit more convincing in terms of their victory, but a win is a win, and it gets them on the board safely. There's a chance at the end there where I think you're right. US could have come back if Chile had seen some more misses, but they just about managed to hold it together. So 1 to both teams, US to pick next for game number 3. And I said coming into the match that the US would probably get tested a lot more on Hard Rock and Double Time. They wouldn't be able to just play out the no-mod and the hidden pools as they did against Brazil. But so far, we've had 1 hidden pick, 1 no-mod pick, and 1 ban in both of the other 2 pools. So maybe we're going to see the same thing, where both teams exhaust the more comfortable maps, the hidden and the no-mod, and then they're forced onto riskier Hard Rocks, riskier Double Times, and it's going to be free US picking no-mod again. Starrod Kirby's Kitsune Squared set coming up now. Very famous map and a very famous mapper. Almost, if not comparable in fame to Blue Dragon, Miss Magius, the creator of the previous difficulty.
Yeah, some love for the old school mappers here. Definitely Starrod Kirby. I'm not sure who actually started mapping like earlier, Miss Magius or Starrod Kirby. Both are definitely all people by now, let's just say. Just like you, JVH, just like you.
I'm an old real person, but I've only been in an OS person for 5 years, so I don't consider myself that old. I'm middle-aged in OS years.
Yeah, same over here, same
some
over
of
here.
The people in these rosters have been playing the game probably twice as long as I have.
Yeah, people like Eldenel and LineQTC have been around for so long by now. And they've played a lot of tournaments too, so...
And the fact that they're still on top of their countries and still participating in CWC at the highest level after all that time. So again, it's going to be another map that we haven't seen thus far in the finals week. Most of the no-mod pool went completely ignored in the China versus South Korea match. Just Trigger, no-mod 3, picked by Korea and won. Their pick heavily featured in Hidden and Double Time. This one featuring far more no-mod variety.
Nacho is boosting up, drinking a little bit of Monster here. Lexi suggesting water instead. I personally also prefer water. But then again, that's a preference. What do you guys love? Monster or water? Or maybe like a mix of those two. Watered down Monster.
Watered down Monster? That sounds a bit grim. Oh. It's all about the OG caffeine machine. Beautiful cup of tea.
I'm feeling a bit of Jonathan coming up here instead of Johnny.
Whatever you say, dude. You won't deny my beautiful tea.
Oh, I won't. I won't. Don't worry about it. Getting started with free. And you feel free to drink your tea. Definitely.
Oh, I will. I'm free to do so.
Right, so quick left rights here. Eldenel and Lexi both being caught out.
Yeah, Eldenal with the earlier miss, giving Chile a slight advantage. It's going to be a trade between Arisiel and Chicken Bible there. But Eldenal drops again, so that advantage is going to shrink and very slowly tick over to the US if we don't see any further misses, as it does now. Lexi with multiple drops there, just missing out slightly on one of those large screen jumps, making it impossible to hit the next hyper dash. He has
Arisiel's gonna do the same though, so the scores are gonna say fairly the same, as Chicken Bible and Eldenel both just reached 2 in the combo, and Arisiel and Lexi are very similar in the combo as well. Ooh, Chicken Bible giving out another drop for Chile though, meaning that they'll be able to take back the lead for a bit. Now everybody, almost everybody catching those jumps at least. Line Q,
yeah, Line Q at TXZ, who was holding the full combo for Chile, the only one I think really to miss on those massive screen jumps. Very unfortunate. They still have the advantage. A double miss from both sides is going to nullify that. Lexi dropping as well. Chile have the lead, but there's no one on the US that really has the combo to take advantage. In fact, Lion and Eldenal with the 130 combo now, both in pole position. 1/3 of the
Lexi with another really weird miss there. Almost failing, just because of the lack of notes being able to give him some health. Lion is going to miss as well, but for now Chile has a bit of a lead. Not too comfortable, as 1/4 of the map is still left to be played.
Yeah, there's about a 60,000 point lead right now.
Yep.
And as you said, like these dense, the less dense sections with approach rate 9.5 can be really difficult, especially when they're so spaced like this. Arisiel going to see a drop there though, as there's a triple miss from the US. Eldenal and Line still holding. Line just coming up to 200 combo now. Chile are running away with this one, and America are faltering.
Oh, that was really scary for a bit. But at least the end here is fairly easy to catch. And seemingly Chile is going to take it. With
that's a
very
bit of a
strong
backfiring selection from the US perhaps. Chile taking that one quite comfortably by about 140,000.
Yeah, just under 140,000. No, actually just over 140,000 even. Eldenel only 3 misses throughout the entire map. Very impressive. Lexi here struggling a little more compared to the other players. Probably mostly down to the fact he's a fairly new player and is mostly used to playing hidden. So this becomes a little hard for him.
This is exactly what you were saying at the top of the match, where the US are probably going to rely on these 3 players for most of their kind of hidden selections. So it's when you're lacking that specialist that can fill in a role perfectly for the situation, when someone has to play something that they're maybe not entirely comfortable with. That's the difference maker between great teams and like the ones that podium and win championships.
Correct, indeed. That's exactly what I mentioned. That doesn't mean that Lexi's going to play worse than the other normal maps, though, because the other ones are more suited for him. I'm not sure if Chile's going to pick them themselves, though. And I think Chile is just going to stick with hidden Hard Rock for now. As I do feel that Hard Rock has been a little bit of a bottleneck for the USA as well in the previous matches, considering that Kendall, despite the fact he's a really good player, isn't quite on the level of the other USA players, and probably not on the same level as some of the Chilean players too. So let's have a look what Chile is planning to do here. Only Kanojo, so that's going to be another hidden pick.
So both teams sticking to their game plan at present. It's worked out well for Chile thus far because they've secured that first break point, currently 2-1 up on their own pick. And yes, as you say, they're going to stick with hidden also.
I'm fairly sure Chicken Bible is just going to be swapped out for Zach here, and that the Chilean roster is going to stay exactly this way. But I do feel that this one is a bit of a bigger challenge for Chile to win, because I know that the USA players are going to be a little more comfortable with them like this spectator map compared to the Susumu Hirasawa Miss Magius map. Not sure if Chicken is actually going to take his leave in this one, or if he's going to play this one too. Because no, he's gonna take his leave after all. I mean, he's not bad on these kind of maps too, but I would expect Zach to play a little more comfortable on these ones.
Well, we are waiting for a third US player, so this could be Zach Adams making his return to the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, he's been good in these kind of old spectator maps, which you see towards the end of the tournament. You know, those coming from like 2011 to 2012. Those tend to pop up towards the end of the tournament in the hidden bracket quite often. And the USA has always been very good at that. But Chicken is going to come back and he's going to play instead. I think that this is a all right choice. I don't think Chicken Bible is going to be a bottleneck in this one per se. Not sure how acclimated he is though. So that's going to be something. As he didn't play the previous hidden, whereas the other USA players did play the previous hidden, and so did Lion, Eldenel, and Letchu all play the previous hidden. So anything that Chicken Bible does bad in here, it's probably just because of tournament nerves and just not being acclimated to playing hidden as of yet. But then again, spectator map, the mechanics are a little bit different compared to the Miss Maggie's map.
Oh yeah, definitely so. This is definitely more kind of based on symmetry. There's less kind of surprise edge jump spacing. They're still there, obviously, as an older catch map from before. Standards and real knowledge of their game mode was that kind of well developed. As Rostel and Bible both struggled early.
Yeah, Rostel too. Elden is going to come in with the first miss for Chile, but the combo advantage is still in their hands, as Chicken Bible is coming in with a few more misses of his own as well.
Yeah, Lexi still holding onto that double S, showing his hidden prowess as the line drops. So only one full combo left on both sides now. Letchquin versus Lexi. Elden will going to see another drop as well. Chicken Bible has a slight combo advantage with 150 about to come up, but then there's a miss from everyone. Lexi's still holding though.
Yeah, Lexi's showing he is indeed a top player. I mean, some people have been doubting him a little bit. I, myself as well, a little bit. Suspecting he's been a little bit of a farmer compared to just having raw skill, but Lexi is just so good. And he's proven that in this tournament, especially with hidden. Just so consistent all around. Russell here with a miss. So the combo advantage is back in Chile's hands. And the score advantage is very small in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. Chile with a tiny advantage here. Combo advantage is just in their favor. At the break, the players will have been able to see theirs and their opponent's scores. So
line with a very painful
Letchquin just dropping, and line as well, trying to stack those repeat sliders as well. Chicken Bible also got caught out, but Rosseld and Eldenal managed to hold on. I was just going to say, Lexi carrying the advantage on that double S, it puts pressure on the opposition team, them knowing he's doing so well. But he knows that he's the only person holding a really huge combo, and he drops that combo now. The US's advantage has been eliminated almost instantly with Chicken Bible's drop also.
Yeah, as I said, Chicken Bible not being acclimated, it's going to be a bottleneck after all. And Lion and Eldenel are going to miss towards win. It doesn't matter at all. It's 30k score difference is there right at the end. Chile taking a third point and now 2 points in the lead ahead of the USA. Perhaps it was a better decision to pick Zach over Chicken Bible after all, but we can't change that right now, and that's their own choice. Let's go in with an A rank, only with 8 misses though. Very few droplets were caught in that map for him. Lexi with a outstanding performance though. I hope this doesn't really trip them up too much, as they still have a lot of power left in them.
Yeah, great performance from Lexi. It would have been so interesting to see how that would have turned out if he could have held on right till the end. That could have gone down to only a few hundreds instead of a few kind of 10,000s. But great performance by him, and rightfully kind of props from the Chilean players in the chat. Unfortunately, couldn't quite carry his team through that one, as you said. Chicken Bible just struggling slightly to keep up. Interestingly, US's comeback ban is going to be Yava, the No Mod 6. So even though they've picked No Mod twice, they don't want to be selecting that one. So they've taken that one off the table. Or are they picking? It is their pick next. So is that their ban or is that their pick? We've had so much confusion in the World Cup with this new mechanic. Even though the teams have been playing this for like 5 weeks now, there's still some confusion as to what the picks are and what the bans are. That one seems to have been undone. Yeah, they're going to ban Pili Parla from the hidden pool. That makes a lot more sense for the US to ban the hidden number 4, the convert. We saw that as a killer that broke the back of the South Korea-China match earlier today.
And instead they're going to opt for a no-mod pick. Seems fair to me, once again. But I'm starting to get a feeling that the United States is not quite too comfortable on double time nor hard rock. I wouldn't expect them to pick hard rock in the first place, but double time is something I would imagine them venture in a little bit, at least. But so far, very little has happened over there, and they're just picking all of the no mods seemingly first. And that makes me think
that no mod and hidden in their match against Brazil, which obviously ended in a 7-0 victory. There was no effort to kind of dabble into the hard rock or double time pools, whether that's because they thought that Brazil were strong on those mods or they just wanted to pick stuff they were more comfortable with. We're not really sure, but that lack of kind of a comfort in the hard rock and or double time pools is maybe being a little bit exposed here. They've lost on kind of no mod once and won once, so they obviously feel fairly confident and not completely deflated, but they're still going to take that next gamble and stick with no mod.
It makes me think that indeed they aren't really comfortable at all with double time, which is going to be very rough against Chile. Chile is good at double time as well.
Chile is an exceptional double time team.
Yeah, but the US has some of the world's best double time players, like Chicken Bible. Rostel is also really good. And if Phil from Lexi or Kendall could still provide him a lot of double time potential, but they're not going to go and opt for it, but instead go for hidden, play it safe. Aristiel here with the first miss as we get started with Yava.
Yeah, Russell trading that one back just afterwards. You see a very early miss from Aristiel there, as you pointed out. Lexi has dropped also. Chile with the early advantage. It's important for the US not to panic at this stage. It's very early in the map. It's quite a long difficulty. It's only 3-1. Chile still have to win 4 more points to take the victory. They need to stay calm.
Double miss here. Eldenel and Lexi both missing.
Yeah,
so that's not going to change a lot.
Drop there as well, so slight trade in favor of the US as Chicken Bible, Line, and Aristiel still holding great combos. Lexi now going to trade that one back. Chile going to stretch their advantage out a bit further. Very short little break there. Players not focusing too much on theirs or their opponent's scores, I wouldn't imagine. 500 combo up for Chicken Bible. Line QTXE dropping right as he hits 500. Aristiel is there to take over after that very early miss that's almost an FC from him. Russell breaking right as Lexi hits 200 combo, so they are not able to capitalize on the team advantage at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage was really small to begin with, but now it's big because there's a triple miss on the side of Chile. And Chicken Bible's holding on to his 700 combo. Lexi's gonna miss, but Rostel is climbing up towards 200. Eldenel missing. And probably, yeah, USA's definitely gonna take this one for now. As Rostel doubles into the 200 plus combo.
Yeah, only halfway through, but they're building a healthy advantage. They definitely have combos in their favor with Rostel and Chicken Bible both over 200. Aristiel Line still need 40 more to get back up to 200, and Eldenel is behind even Lexi at this point. Even when they get back up to 200 combo, the US are still going to be pulling a lead out.
That is correct, but luckily they can. As this is a fairly easy part compared to some of the rest of the map, they are able to take back at least 200 combo in fair ease. And in the upcoming part, they can hope for a few misses on the USA side, like Lexi's 60 combo ago. And that's actually going to give them the lead already for now, so they are not safe yet. They're not on dry land by any means, but at least they have the lead back for now. Actually, Chicken Bible with a double S so far. so far holding a very strong. Lexi coming in with more misses though. And that's not going to help a lot because Chile still has 3 combos over 200 right now, which means they get the full score. Chicken Bible missing too, and it started to look grim for the USA on this map too.
Yeah,
another miss there for Rostov, and pretty much the entire team is down.
Everyone hitting those brutal screen jumps nicely, but the US have been really put to the sword here thus far. Like, they've had players that have carried, but the rest of their team has not been able to go with them. Lexi sees another drop. Chile have had some mistakes, but they have a triple 600 combo on their team right now, making a massive score difference for them. They've pulled out a huge lead at the end of this one. And remember, this was another US pick. Chile with a second break. Chile 4-1.
And this is one of the best performances we've seen from Chile in this match so far, actually. The ending combo from all those players, that was absolutely beautiful to witness. That was very skillful from every single one of them. Chicken Bible's huge combo was also extremely good. And all in all, that was really close. But in the end, that masterful play from Chile at the end definitely gave them a deserved win. United States probably in a bit of distress now, though, because Alexi was, well, I wouldn't say underperforming, obviously, because that's still a very strong performance from him as well. But they're still in a match versus Chile, right? You can't play at 80% or 90%. You're gonna give it 120%. And let's see.
US need to not lose faith here. I mean, Chile are picking the final hidden pick, Ares Notate. So that's hidden has been a pool that the US they've not won on, but they've been very close in almost all of the picks thus far. So they have to believe they can get a break point here, because if they don't, it's going to really be difficult for them to reel this one back from 5-1.
Yeah, they need to pick up steam right now, or it's too late pretty much. They have a hidden roster that is capable of taking a break point on one of Chile's hidden picks, and they've been close to it twice so far, but they have to get it this time around, pretty much. Otherwise, Chile is just going to be in a very comfortable position, as they will only need to win 1 more map in order to force a tiebreaker, whereas the USA is going to have to win 5.
Yeah, it's a long road back for the US if they let it get that far. Their recovery, as you said, really has to start now.
And this is immediately like a very different map from the map we saw played in the Nomad pool. With pretty much very similar rosters for both teams here, only with, I'm pretty sure Lechiguin wasn't playing that Nomad map just now. Maybe I'm crazy. Zach is definitely not one of the more capable, well, he's one of the more capable hidden players, but this is not a map that's really suited for him.
No, definitely not. The US know that they have to put in their best roster to secure a break, and Chile know that if they take a foot off the gas, as they have just done, Eldenal with the drop as well, then US will surge to a lead, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I mean, this map is very much comfortable for these US players as Line misses another time. This is definitely something that all the US players are able to play very nicely. Something that Rostov really likes, probably. Lexi's been godlike on hidden so far, as he is now. And they have had a few misses by now, but Chile is also consistently missing. Lechiguin this time around. Line is not attuned to the combo. USA's lead is dropping, but it's still in their hands for now.
It's all on Eldenal right now with that 300 combo. There are no big combos anywhere else in the game.
Rostov missing again though, and that might just kill the last lifeline for USA, as Chicken Bible's gonna miss too, and Chile takes it with the spinner right at the end. That's so unfortunate. The last bit of consistency that was required from Rostov and Chicken Bible wasn't met, sadly. Lechiguin and Eldenal both with a singular miss, and that was another godlike performance from the Chilean players. It wasn't a bad performance from the USA players at all. And this is going to get worse for the USA now with a 5-1 disadvantage. They really have to see something happen right now.
The very kind of recurring theme of this match for the US has been one player, this time it was Lexi, carries the game. The other 2 players do not perform badly by any stretch, but they're just not quite able to keep up with their Chilean counterparts. Those 2 misses at the end, 1 each from Russell and Chicken Bible, instantly swayed the game. They spent the last kind of 50 combo of that map scoring almost nothing. Even if they caught like those 50 fruit, it's logarithmic scoring, so anything below like 30 or 40 combo, you score so little for, and that's what turned the advantage in Chile's favor, because they had 2 combos that were over 200. They were scoring the maximum, the US were scoring pretty much the minimum. So Hidden Pool has now been depleted. 3 no mod picks left if the US want to go there, but is now the time when they have to try something different.
I'm not sure if the time has come. If the time has already been probably to go ahead and pick double time, because this is getting risky for the USA now, right? They're getting into unknown waters at a 5-1 disadvantage, which is definitely something you don't want to do right now. So my guess is probably they're just gonna stick with no mod for the remainder of the match, if they even get to see all of the no mod picks. I don't think this is a moment to swap to double time or Hard Rock, because again, they are going to go for Reconstruction Star. But then again, the Chilean team has a bigger variety of really good players, whereas the USA, again, is more relying on Lexi, Chicken Bible, and Russell. Kurisu is really good too at Hard Rock. Don't underestimate him, but I'm not sure if he's in very, very good, strong form right now. And Riziel, one of the better Hard Rock players in the world as well. I mean, there is a chance for USA here, but I think that Chile is definitely, first of all, less nervous than the United States right now. With this kind of lead, they can permit to lose this and lose another map even. They're fine if that happens. Whereas the USA really isn't. So this is going to be a lot more stressful for the USA in the first place. Secondly, Kurisu is only playing his first map in the entire match right now, which is also going to trip him up a little bit. I mean, Chicken Bible and Russell have also not played Hard Rock, so nobody's played Hard Rock in this lobby so far in the match, but at least they played something so far. They've played some no mod, they've played a little bit of hidden, so at least the fingers are warmed up in that sense. So all in all, it's a very risky pick here for the USA. I'm not sure if this is a good decision.
Risky is one thing. Like, this almost kind of screams desperation to me, and I'm not saying that in a mean way. Like, Chile have proven that they are, so far in this match, they are more consistent. They've missed a few times early, but they've been able to build combos back up and keep them there. This is a long map. This is a tricky map. Chile have all the time in the world. If they lose this, no big deal. They've got like 3 more games still as an advantage to the US. None of the kind of techniques that this difficulty requires, none of the stress that comes with being in the position that US is in, lend itself to winning a consistency battle against a calm, relaxed Chile, who, as you said, are a very good Hard Rock team. I don't really see what they're trying to pull out here.
It's a very hard thing for the USA to do in this one, but at the same time, I have a little bit of a feeling that Lexi, this being his first CWC, is really starting to fall apart, and his morale is really starting to sink in as they're behind 5-1. He's not really used to this kind of situation because the USA team has obviously been a very strong team throughout the entire tournament. So far, winning for them hasn't really been that big of a hassle at all. So losing in this kind of position while still playing really good, because Lexi was the MVP on all those hidden picks, is only gonna demoralize whatever morale Lexi had left. Chicken Bible here with the first miss right after the hard part too, which is very unhandy here. And that means if Lexi were to play another map, he would probably perform worse than he's done so far. And that means that the USA is going to be put at an even bigger disadvantage, because so far Lexi has been one of the most reliable players in this match. So they have to swap him out for somebody else instead in that scenario. So in that sense, this pick might make a little bit of sense. But then again, they're not warmed up for this either. Ariziel here with a miss 2, so it's going to level out Chicken Bible and Ariziel.
I see your logic, but we've already proven that one player cannot carry a team in Score v2. And if the US lose, then they're at match point. They're at 5 match points. We see a few misses there from Line and Eldenal, Rossold and Kurisu as well. Chicken Bible holding the advantage over Ariziel. Rossold going to drop that. Score advantage is very small at this stage. Chile going to take it back.
Yeah.
What about
Chile is warmed up already. You can see they are all catching these left, right. Chile, Line QTXZ is actually struggling a little bit, probably because he's using hidden. But USA, Russell especially, is struggling a little bit here. It's kind of hard to determine exactly what's going to happen from here on. But Eldenel with a very unfortunate miss though, so that's going to give USA a little bit of a chance here. Kurisu so far has played pretty well for his doing, but he's not on the top of his team. He's the lowest scorer on this team even, and Chile is on their heels. Ariziel here with another miss though, so that's going to make him breathe a little bit at least. Chicken Bible up to 700 combo, one of the best hard plays in the world, so didn't expect a lot less from him. And we get into the next left-right part, which Chile is really good at, as we saw just now. This time with stacked streams.
Chicken Bible approaching 1,000 combo now. Russell with the drop. Line
So
trades
Line.
back though. That score advantage is going to stay consistent. Chicken Bible into the nervous 900s.
Yeah, the higher the combo he has, the more nerves are gonna be evoked within him. And this is actually kind of a nerve-wracking part, this slow part with the snaps. Especially for somebody like Line with hidden. So I wonder if there's gonna be any weird miss here. So far it's not looking like it. And then we have a build-up, a really long build-up. Missing in the build-up is going to be very punishing because it's fairly free combo. And then we end it all with another Ki at the very end of the map. So far, USA is clinging on to a little bit of a lead, 30,000. So hype it up a little bit, boys. Give your USA teammates a little bit of support in chat. And if you want Chile to take this one, you should also say a lot of Vamos Chile. Elden and Ariziel both missing, so United States are going to be able to take a little bit of a higher advantage here. They have the higher ground, but now they're going to have to be consistent at the end of the map, which was one thing they also needed to be at the previous hidden pick. Hopefully they'll deliver this time around. I do have trust that they can do this. Kurisu here with a big miss there. Russell too. Line QTC coming in with a miss of his own as well. So nobody is really holding on to a good combo anywhere except for Chicken Bible, who's missing right now at his stacked streams. So is Kurisu. And the combos are very similar here. Ariziel with 300 as everybody in USA misses. And Kurisu has big misses. Misses entire sections of notes. Failed just now as well. And this is going to be very hard for USA to hold on to.
The kind of section for failing like once or twice now already. That's got to be weighing on his nerves for kind of this final section. They're coming into the end now. US thankfully built up about a 50 to 60,000 point advantage, and they can still just about cling on to that now as Kurisu hits 200. Line sees a huge number of drops though. He's failed. He's building
Line
back up.
probably providing...
That's going to give a huge safety net to the US.
But so is Chicken Bible going to miss right there. But there's more misses required for USA for Chile to take this one. But Kurisu failing right at the end. No! Oh, no!
That is exactly what we did not want to see. The nerves, the pressure just got to Kurisu there. He'd seen himself fail. He knew the end was coming. He put too much pressure on himself, and he totally missed some of those ending streams. And in the blink of an eye, the US have been robbed of a second point. Chile 6-1.
Yeah, I'm shaking a little bit right now. I was looking at Kurisu specifically because I was wondering how he would perform at that very last section, because it's still a very difficult part of the map. And failing is very easy in that part. I'm surprised Line QTXC actually passed that. But Kurisu with that fail completely destroys the dream of USA taking the second point for this pick. And now Chile has a third break point in their pockets. They are 5 points ahead of the United States. They need one more win to go through to the next round. And it's looking really good for the USA. Again, Kurisu, that was his first map of the match, and he's played really well in that one. Don't get me wrong. Score was high on his end as well. And he hasn't played a lot in the previous few years. So it's nice seeing him play well, but sadly the consistency wasn't quite there, and the ending just got to the best of him, and he wasn't able to pass it. So Chile in a super comfortable position at this moment. United States, the chances of winning now are just, I don't know if there's any at all.
It's so unfortunate for the US. We already said that they were kind of relying too much on 2 or 3 key players. And when someone who's just making their first appearance in the match, all the pressure is on them. They get all the way to the end. They've almost carried their team to a comeback, and then they see a fail. That has to destroy that person's mentality to the point where they probably don't even feel like playing another game in this match. And if they do, they're going to have so much pressure weighing on them that the US's already kind of narrowed roster is just depleted even further. Their options are so limited at this stage. Chile, seeing US have picked Hard Rock, they want a little bit of that Hard Rock pool too. They're going to pick Squall. Hard Rock #1.
Pretty much forcing Kurisu to play another map, and that's going to be so stressful for him.
It's ruthless.
This is so hard.
Lost catch from Chile, but it's effective. And that's
It's
how you
very
get to the
effective.
business end of the World Cup. You don't get there by playing nice, unfortunately.
Yeah, Chile completely read the USA team and adapted accordingly, and it's paid off perfectly so far. And I'm not sure if USA is going to be able to withstand that, even in this pick.
It's not over yet. It's pretty close, but
I
Chile
would have
still
liked to
want
maybe
more
have
points.
seen double time from USA. I really do believe that double time would have been a way out for them in this situation still. But Hard Rock, I mean, not quite there. I would say that the skill gap between some of the USA double time players are higher compared to some of the ones with the Hard Rock when you compare that to the Chilean players. There's misses for Chile though, more than on the USA side. An early miss for Chicken Bible and a later miss from Kurisu. But that's going to give the lead to the USA for now. It's a pretty short map.
Yeah, Kurisu had an important miss at about 200 there. Nacho El missed like an entire stream and did drop down to failing. Eldenal drops as well. Nacho El with a couple more drops as Kurisu sees another one. Rossold versus Arisiel in terms of full combos here. Rossold still holding on to that SS as they hit halfway. Arisiel drops now though. US can build out a significant advantage here. Can all their players hold on?
Yeah, Russell and Chicken Bible are showing up right now. I mean, they're so good at Hard Rock, admittedly. But they have to get through, be consistent, and everybody has to pass this map right now. And Kurisu is already shown to be a little bit of a bottleneck here for USA to run away with it. I hope he's going to pass this one. As Chile is also seemingly very struggling right now. Eldenel especially. Arisiel and Nacho are building up combo again a little bit. It's a little late though, as Eldenel isn't at 200 combo yet, and we are getting close to the finish of the map. Kurisu with a big miss there again though. Not dead yet.
He dropped dangerously low, but he's just clinging on. Nacho has seen quite a few drops as well, but he seems to be...
Russell coming in
just
with a miss
about
too.
fine.
Suddenly the score is getting back to Chile very fast. Do they have enough ammo? And Chicken Bible with a miss right at the end, and Chile is seemingly just gonna ruthlessly take this one, as the ending is nothing too special. Arisiel, Nacho, and Eldenel all at 200 combo. And that last miss from Chicken Bible just... Oh, they weren't able to pull it off. The team mentality was probably just gone at this point. And that, again, was so close, but they weren't able to pull it off in the end.
Yeah, the US have to be feeling pretty disappointed with how that one worked. So many games, they had a great chance of pulling off a point, but they just had it snatched away from them right at the second.
Exactly,
Chile
snatched away is what I wanted to mention.
For a great performance, Arisiel with that one miss, take the match 7-1, but it doesn't really do justice how close that match was for about 95% of the whole proceeding.
I mean, if United States was a little bit more consistent, they would have maybe even been ahead of Chile right now in this scenario. Just visualize that, right? That's pretty much how it went. Beautiful performance from like all the players here, but Chile was just that tad more consistent, and that led to a humongous score difference here of 7-1. Well played though to the USA. This year was sadly not quite their year, as opposed to some of the previous years we've seen from them. They've played very well though, and even with this weaker roster of theirs, they still got really far into the tournament. Second to last week of the entire tournament. they're gonna have to kick the buckets. Chile is gonna take this one and play versus France or Mexico, depending on the winner of that match, which we will see in about 15 minutes, a match that's upcoming.
Yeah, so US can console themselves with a top 6 finish. Not quite as good as their runners-up performance from last year, but definitely an impressive showing. I mean, they had some great highlights. That 7-6 tiebreaker victory over Hong Kong in last weekend's semi-final, definitely one of them. But unfortunately, this year, slightly weaker roster, slightly stronger opposition all across the board, just not quite to be. So yes, as you said, Chile take their position in the kind of final match of the day. They'll be facing either France or Mexico, who are up next, as you said, in 50 minutes. So we are going to take a short break. I think we'll leave the stream running so you can listen to some wonderful featured artist tunes. Go grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Go buy yourself a banner if you haven't done so already. There is still plenty of chances to support your favorite team. And if you pick the winning team, I think you get to keep that banner for a little bit after the tournament ends to show you supported the victors of the 2019 Oscatch World Cup. But that's going to be it from Sarton and I for now.
Yeah,
We'll
don't forget to follow the channel so you'll get an email notification whenever we go live. And you can also subscribe if you're feeling generous. Just plugging in everything right now. But that means you guys won't be missing out on any of the matches because, as you can see, they're so exciting. This one really hyped me up. Despite the scoreline, it was a really good match. And again, well played to both teams. Thank you to JBH for accommodating me with commentary, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes with Incandescence showcasing France versus Mexico. See you soon.
Goodbye. Back in a bit.
Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering, I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious life with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see.
This place I'm in makes me feel numb. I just want to find someone. Feeling lost and out of place. Empty eyes look upon my face. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. I just want to find someone to take me home, 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 take me home. Take me take me wish that I could belong. I've been searching for so long. This place I'm in makes me feel numb. I just want to find someone. Feeling lost and out of place. Empty eyes look upon my face. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. I just want to find someone to take me home, take me home, take me home,
All right, we are back, everybody. Welcome again to the OC Catch World Cup. I hope I didn't scare you there. Maybe I did. Maybe I thought it was funny. You will never know. I'm here with Incandescence, and we're going to take a look at France versus Mexico. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm quite well. How are you?
I'm great, dude. I just had a really fun match to spectate with JB Hyperion. For the guys who missed it, it was the USA versus Chile. Chile took that by storm out of the blue. But after all, I mean, the USA still played really well, I would have to admit. And Chile did deserve the win, but then again, it was a very spectacular match, to say the least. And France and Mexico is going to be cool too, dude. Two teams that have been popping off this year, as opposed to some of the other years we've had them play. On France's side, we have Monstradiful, No Life, Hollow Boros, and Alostis. And for Mexico, we have Daxuros, Cowboy, Delek, Casio, Six, Lucha, and Iru. Some new names I haven't seen in Mexico. Some people on France too that haven't really played CWC yet. But all in all, really good players all around.
Yeah, I'm very excited to watch Mexico play, and definitely coming off of the last match, I watched it. Being from the USA, I watched it, and it was definitely quite a match. It's going to be difficult to follow that matchup. Chile and USA had some insane plays, and it's going to be difficult to follow up that match, but I believe that this matchup is going to be quite promising, and I'm looking forward to it.
I do hope so. I think, considering the scoreline we saw in the USA versus Chile match, this one is probably going to be a bit closer, but I'm not quite sure, obviously. France is a really strong team, I do have to admit, and Mexico can also be really strong, but I'm not quite sure how exactly they fare up against France. And honestly, that's just lack of knowledge on my end, because I really haven't watched that many matches of Mexico. But I did hear from some of my caster colleagues that they have been really solid so far. So the Mexican in you, Incandescence, can be a little proud of that, definitely.
Oh yes, I'm very proud. I'm very happy to finally commentate over a Mexican match.
Yeah, you were like partially Mexican, or did you have like a Mexican boyfriend? What was it again?
Yeah, I'm Mexican-American by bloodline, yeah.
That's great. I mean, USA is out already, so that's like half of your bloodline gone, but at least we still have Mexico representing here for you. And France on the other end for some of our amis over at France, which is also they've been representing France so well this cup so far, beating some really strong teams out of the blue like the USA. And I mean, they got moved to the loser bracket because they played against one of the big two, right? You have China and you have South Korea, two of the strongest teams in the world, and so far they really are separating themselves from the other teams. So it was to be expected for a lot of people, but that doesn't mean that they're a bad team. Like, not at all. It means that they're still a really, really solid team for landing in top 6 already, and perhaps even further, depending on how Mexico plays. But Mexico also really is looking for a win here. This is the furthest they've gotten in the tournament in a pretty long time. I mean, they got like top 8 as well a few times, but top 6 is something they haven't really achieved as of yet, I'm pretty sure. And with this setup of a team, it's actually quite surprising. Some key players are missing, like Ponchibi, for example, on Mexico's end. Some players you would expect in a team of Mexico whenever they appear to be so far in the tournament. But they have been holding out really strong so far. I wonder if that's going to be continuous, looking at the increase of map pool difficulty. They still have players like Daxo, who are absolutely amazing at the more difficult maps. And France, on the other hand, is actually going to be a lot of the same thinking here, coming from me at least, because they do have really strong players, but as the map pools progress in difficulty, I wouldn't say that the entire team, or at least the entire pool of players, will be able to adapt accordingly and still play as well as they did so far into the tournaments. Some of the players do tend to prefer quarterfinal/semi-final difficulty kind of maps. And with that, I mean people like and Hollow, for example. No Life and Monstradiful Boros Alostis, on the other hand, are really good at the higher end maps too. So in that sense, they still have a really solid setup, but it's mostly high AR for those people. So their hidden is going to be a little bit weaker, still strong, because people like Polo and A will still be really strong on these kind of maps, despite them being more difficult than they were like in the previous weeks of the tournament. And then it just becomes the question of how well is Mexico going to be doing on these kind of maps? Are they going to be the ones to show off and pop off on this, or pop off on this match here? I really can't judge, to be fair. I haven't really seen a lot of the matches personally. It's going to be quite a match, I do think. I think France is going to win with the scoreline of about 7-3. With what I expect from Mexico, but that could be totally wrong. And
I think
hope it
both. I think both teams in this match have a really solid lineup. I think the biggest difference in the performance between finals and semifinals obviously is going to be the map pool, because Mexico has done really well this tournament. Obviously, I've kept my eye on them. They've gone really far, and France has apparently. I've seen it on Twitter. I've talked to some people on the United States team. France is a really strong team this year as well. So I'm pretty sure that both teams have a really fantastic lineup that can get them far in the tournament. It's just a matter of how well can both teams perform on the finals map pool. And I think that's what's going to be the deciding factor. And obviously it is, because, you know, you play the maps, but I don't think it's going to be the lineup so much as it is just map performance.
Yeah, a lot is going to depend on how much they practiced. That is correct. And we can't read into their minds exactly how much they've done in the past week. Especially not me, since I haven't been online due to my own holidays, which I've been enjoying. And we will just see it all together here live on Osu Live, I would say. Incandescence. It's going to be a fun match. What is your prediction for this match?
You know, I'm aware of how strong of a team France is, and as much as I would like to see Mexico win, I'm gonna go of almost the same thing you said. I was thinking more like a 7-4.
7-4. All right. Fairly similar. Whatever they're gonna pick is also gonna be a point of discussion here. I'm not quite sure. I would say France and Mexico actually have very similar skill sets, but I think France is going to be just a tad bit stronger on stuff like hard rock and double time. We still have Cowboy and Daxoros in Mexico, but then we have to get a fill from probably Six Lucha. It isn't quite on that same level. And Mexico might just combat it with Nobot and Hidden. I assume, and I think they will primarily be going for Nobot first, and then they might just swap it over to Hidden at some point if it doesn't seem to work out. But they're going to have to go with the safe picks this time around versus France. And even then, it doesn't guarantee them any sort of win by any means. So it's that's just my prediction of the map picks here. I'm not sure if you want to add anything to that.
Okay.
Okay. You are live though. Good.
Yeah, we're good. As soon as I pressed the button to push the talk, I started dying. You know, I'm not too sure.
Kill you there.
One of the things I did notice is that Mexico does have a strong hard rock lineup, but you did mention as well that they're gonna need. They have two strong players. They're gonna need a third to battle a monster like France. And, you know, it really comes down to, once again, whether or not that third person, if it is CX Lucha or not, whoever that third person is, can they keep up with the hard rock? Like, obviously they have two people that can that third person succeed and not just be there because they have to be there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was like one of the main struggles that the USA was also having versus China. I wouldn't say Chile. Wow. Okay, back in the game. Chile, right? That was one of the issues that I thought they would have versus the team. They had two really strong players for a lot of the map pool, but they had to have a fill for some of the hidden maps, and especially a lot of the high approach rate stuff like hard rock and double time. So it already depended on like people that were needed to be like MVP in the match, right? Those people that are expected to be seeing maps and not allowing Chile to breathe, and that just didn't quite happen in that match. So they lost fairly badly in that one, 7-1. And Mexico might be in a very similar spot versus France, I think, in this scenario. They still have some really strong players, but then they still need a fill for a lot of the maps. Definitely Hard Rock and Double Time in their case. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of dependency on how much they did practice the map pool. As you already mentioned, I mean, practice is key in this scenario, especially versus a team like France, which they can still beat if they were to practice enough. So as the next warm-up map already mentions, it's going to be hype. It's definitely going to be hype.
It's a prediction. I actually really like this remix of the song.
I haven't heard it yet. Sounds pretty cool. Is this like something that's gonna go for ranked? I mean, it's a Ascendance map, so I assume it will be, but I haven't seen it yet. So.
Too bad Ascendance isn't here right now.
I mean, most of the stuff that Ascendance takes very seriously when mapping, so a lot of his submissions, a lot of his submitted maps will be ending up in the rank section. He's just really good at that. Very skillful mapper, obviously. Not exactly sure how many maps he's ranked so far. I think he's in the whereabouts of 90 plus by now. And that's quite a number.
Yeah, I've only ranked 12. Not even in cat.
A grand total of 0. He's ranked 91 right now. 91. His last one being Fighting Gold, so that makes me proud.
JPH saying that Ascendance wants this specific map to be his 100th ranked map.
Just speed rank it, boys. Ruin the moment. Get this to be his 92nd ranked map. Ruin it. Hilarious people.
He's gonna self-pop his own map a bunch of times. Someone asked for who else is on the Mexico team. You have, as on the screen, Cowboy, Daxaraz, Cashew. Along with that, you have Delek, CX Lucha, and Firu.
So quite a nice lineup. And thank you, Bushikage, for a subscription with your Twitch Prime. We do appreciate it tons. Hope you enjoy the match. This is going to be the second warm-up here.
This warm-up really capturing the strengths, as we mentioned earlier, France and Mexico having a good amount of people who like to play hard rock.
Quite surprised to see play with hard rock. I wouldn't say that's like something he does often. Boros, on the other hand, actually specializes in the hard rock, but seemingly he's actually trailing behind as of now. So is Daxaros. Daxaros being perhaps one of the best hard rock players in the world. No joke. He's underestimated like a lot, but he's been active since 2015 on the high-end scene, and he's had his fair share of breaks, but he's never really decayed at all. At the same time, his skill hasn't, at least, and it's only gotten better as of recent, and in this tournament, I think he's really been popping off. He's probably one of the main reasons Mexico made it so far. With quite a few misses here. No Life actually chilling without any kind of mod here. He's going to miss now, and pretty much all the combos are gone as of now.
Yeah, I was about to say Cowboy rocking a 300 combo, and then he missed.
Realizing that hard rock might not be his strong suits after all. Oh, he's back. Okay, he's playing. Pretty impressive though. I do know that he's been doing a little bit of double time as of recent, and that probably translated to a bit of hard rock skill as well, because that's, I mean, from what he's shown in this map so far, even though he's standing still right now,
Yeah,
that was not bad at all. That was really good. Also, for the people that haven't seen it, we had the USA vs Chile match where Chile won 7-1, and the winner of this match is also going to be playing against Chile later today. I'm pretty sure that's like fairly shortly after this map already, if not immediately after this not map, but I mean match. My bad. Teams being in losers bracket here, so that means losing here means you're out of the tournament, and that already happened to the USA. And that's going to happen to one of these two teams as well. But let's not panic on the negatives and just hope for a really good match now.
Yeah, let me highlight something positive. I'm loving the amount of support I'm seeing for the Mexican team in the Twitch chat. Loving it. It's making me very happy.
Yeah, the American teams are getting a lot of support from their fellow chat members. I do notice a lot of Vamos Chile in the previous match too, so it's nice to see. I love it. They are driven to help out their teams a little bit by cheering them on for how much that supports them. And France is gonna fail, so I mean that must have worked out quite well there for Mexico, the supporters.
That's too bad. That was a really cool map though. I like the song, really neat map. Good job, Descendants.
Yeah, definitely. No Life also with a pretty nice combo there. So fortunate to not see it in its entirety here on stream. But that's going to mean rolls are going to be had.
Daxter rolling 73.
And 95 from
Wow.
Oh my god, that's a lot. And that means Trost just lost his bet against me. Unfortunate, because they had to roll 84. And he knows what he has to do now. He knows very well what he has to do now. Alrighty, so France is going to be picking first here.
A very large map pool we have now.
So Mexico's
4
probably
each
Argentina.
mods, 6 no mods. Woo! Very big map pool.
I mean, this is like fairly standard size. I'm pretty sure they nerfed the size of the map pools in the earlier rounds a few years back, because a lot of the community tournaments, at least, and I'm pretty sure the official tournaments also have like 4 per mod, 6 in the no mod. And now they brought it back in the later rounds, which in my opinion is absolutely amazing. I'm glad to see that. Argentina.
Yeah, you guys are
Argentina
referring to
banning
Mexico
for
as Argentina, and then
and then afterwards we're going to see Belgium banned. So they're going to be banning Yudachi no Ribbon. Right? Oh no, wait, that's no life saying Yudachi no Ribbon. They banned... okay, so Mexico banned Trigger, and France banned Yudachi no Ribbon. There you go. So Mexico banned no one. Okay. That's interesting. I'm not sure if France has a full roster if they're going to go and ban a Hard Rock, because Hard Rock is definitely one of the things they should be focusing on, I would say.
I hope that Mexico might take note of the fact that France is banning hard rock and how peculiar that is. Maybe there is a reason for that. Maybe they can capitalize on the hard rock pool this match.
I mean, it could also be a bait for Mexico to dabble into the hard rock section. But then again, France is going to go with a convert first. Java. Nomad map here. Unexpected, to be fair. But let's see how they perform. They have no life or losses, right? I mean, those are two really strong players on these kind of convert, these kind of nomads. Especially no life. He's been known for doing these really well. And Boros is going to be the third member for them as well. Definitely a strong player too. But this is something Mexico should be able to contest against, with Daxeros, Cowboy, and Kasha taking the limelight here for the Mexican team. This is going to be a toss-up, I think. I think this one is going to be fairly close. But then again, France does have a few really strong combat players. So Mexico's going to have to pull their pants up, but it's not impossible on this one. First pick is for France. Let's see that.
You know, I don't know if it's a bad thing, but I read no life as no you life at first.
Quite a nice song. I might be going to Baby Metal with a few Dutch OC plays next January as well. I still need to buy tickets for that. But it looks to be pretty fun.
Wait. What? What'd you say?
This is a Baby Metal song, right? The one
yes.
that they picked. And I might be going to a Baby Metal concert like next year, January, with a few other Dutch OC people. Might be fun.
Wow, that... Okay.
Like I'm not standing Baby Metal by any means. I'm like not the #1 fan by any means. But it looks.
How
like
dare you? How dare you enjoy your own music? How dare you enjoy anything that I don't like? How dare you?
I'll take back my opinion. Sorry for having a wrong opinion.
Mage.
I understand your dismay and I understand your anger towards me. It's fine. I accept it. Open-hearted. Here we go. France versus Mexico. First map of the match. Kasha with a very early miss. Gonna give France a extremely slight lead. Some of these notes are very nicely placed. It doesn't really show on stream, but it's harder than you think, the opening, especially Boros here with a miss too, giving Mexico back the lead.
Yeah, this is definitely a longer map, almost 4 minutes long. So we're going to have a good amount of time for things to shift back and forth. If they do, Cash is going to find a miss. Cowboy and Daxter are there to back up that miss though, just like Boros hasn't hit the 200 combo yet.
And No Life is going to be missing together with Kasha here, but that doesn't matter because the combo advantage is in the hands of Mexico, not anymore as Cowboy misses. And as you can see, it's going to transition over back to France fairly quickly here. Score difference is very minimal though.
Yeah, Cowboy needs to get back up to the 200 combo as well as No Life. The only two players not to hit 200 as No Life does right now. Daxtros and Boros, yeah, both finding misses. Cashew and Daxtros finding more misses though. That's a double miss on the Mexican side.
Solid performance so far for our losses, and No Life has really picked up his game as well. Another double miss here. Actually, no, triple miss. Cowboy, Kasha, and Boros. And that's just going to amplify the score lead from France. More misses incoming from everybody, except for Daxeros in this case.
Everyone on France finding a miss now too. Daxeros getting up to 200. We do have half of the map left to go.
Yeah, it's gonna give the exponentially growing score of France a little bit of a halt here. Mexico will be able to catch up a few points, but they won't be taking the lead anytime soon.
Yeah, everyone except Daxra was hitting that 200 combo at the same time. He was already there.
Very nicely caught by everybody. No misses in that section. Here we move into the final part of the map. There needs to be any sort of development and misses for France if Mexico wants to take this point still. Everybody's holding on to combo very solidly though, so it's not looking like it. Casio here actually with a miss, giving France even a little bit of a bigger edge here. And so is Daxra's Cowboy and Boros, and Alossus and No Life again holding on to very solid combos. It's looking like Mexico's not going to be able to take this one.
Many of those cross-screen jumps really getting many. They've gotten every single player on here. However, No Life and Alossus hitting the ones at the end of the map. This looks like it's going to be France's point. They're going to get their pick right at the gate.
Yeah, solid performance here for France. I mean, Mexico also played really well. Casio being under 900,000, only play in the entire lobby actually being under 900,000 with 23 misses. So that was a bit of a bottleneck there for Mexico. But then again, those scores from the end of France are really high. With a 2 miss there for a loss, this very solidly done. And deserved points, to say the least. It's at least it's their pick. It's not a break point, so Mexico doesn't have to stress too much over this one, hopefully. And they'll just move on.
There's always going to be the constant pressure on both teams to make sure that they respond to these points and they don't give the other team a break point. They don't want to lose that traction, because when you lose the traction, it takes a mental toll on the entire team when you lose that traction and you let the other team have a break point.
Now, losing traction for Mexico would be horrific, because I do believe that Mexico is going to be the team to do the catching up game here, primarily. Going for hidden in this pick, which is a fair choice in my opinion. I do believe that Mexico has a good chance of winning some of the hidden picks versus France, but France is no slouch of a team either. People like Polo and A. So I'm not quite sure. I can't like benchmark which team is going to be performing better right before the map right now, but I do believe that Mexico has made a fairly sensible pick here. Especially considering the nature of this map. This is like not too slow of a map. It's not a old Combat or a Spec C2B map from 2011. It's a fairly fast-paced map for the hidden pool. So it doesn't really require that much reading skill compared to some of the other maps. And a few of the newer players like Cowboy will really be able to benefit from that sort of map, whereas Daxrose isn't really known for his hidden play too much. He is good at HCHR, but that doesn't really translate to amazing hidden play on, for example, AR8 maps or AR7, or even AR9 maps in that scenario. It doesn't quite translate one-on-one. So I can't quite estimate how well they will be playing. France is going to make a last-second swap here for A, perhaps. Maybe he disconnected. And thank you, short little zero, for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. We do appreciate it very much. I hope you're also enjoying the match, my friend. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait for the third player for France to pop up still. I'm not sure where A went.
Yeah, alternating between A and No Life.
I mean, I wouldn't expect No Life to be picked for this one. But he's gonna get picked. Okay. Well, let's see him do it. No Life isn't a bad hidden player by any means. It's just that tends to be more known for his hidden. Stratofor, okay, that is also possible. I mean, a lot of the French players are very well all-rounded, so in that, I mean, really they can all play these maps, but I do expect a few to be picked over others in the team. But my prediction has been wrong twice so far. On a single player even. Wow.
Alright, I think we do definitely have all 3 players established for each team. I'm just waiting to get started.
Yeah, Jazzy has a little bit of an issue with her internet right now, so maybe she has to wait for her internet to respond to her MP commands too, as everybody was ready, and we are now in the map screen. Second map of the match. Let's see it happen. Mexico's pick.
Cowboy missing a little bit of those droplets, but that doesn't matter too much.
This one's gonna matter more though. This is the first miss here. France still with combo. Hollow is gonna be the first miss of all people there. And so sees Lucha, and France is gonna be able to take an early lead here. Fairly calm section here. I do not expect a lot of drops.
Paula and CX are both finding misses, yeah. This is a much shorter map, so misses on either side are a little bit more punishing than usual. Alasis and Hala finding misses. Cowboy found a miss a little bit earlier. CX Lucha, nope, never mind.
Yeah, CX Lucha is not really performing too well because he is trying to plate walk all of those, and it's pretty hard to do. You gotta be very precise. Daxros, however, is carrying Mexico right now with a full combo left still. He's alternating between plate walks and left righting, but it's working out so far. It's not really worked out for some of the other players like Alostis. And Hollow and Stratofor are going to miss again together with Cowboy and Steve Luca. Alostis is only now reaching back to in a combo, but Daxros is also going to miss. So France is going to slightly pull back the lead, but it's not going to be enough, I do believe. If nobody else misses here, this is Mexico's point. A late miss there for Cowboy still, but it's too late for France to capitalize on that. And that's going to be the first point from Mexico in a hidden pick. Fairly close, though.
Yeah, no one finding a full combo on that one. Really difficult patterns there. France struggled a lot more there, finding triple misses a little bit more frequently than Mexico did. Daxros was frequently there to pick up the pieces that Cowboy and CX Lucha dropped. So overall, that was a really nice performance on the Mexican side.
Yeah, well played, especially Daxros with his singular miss. And a pretty solid performance for all the French players as well. Hollow and CX Lucha are kind of matching up there score-wise. More misses on the scoreboard for Hollow, though, so that means his score is going to be a little bit lower. A little unexpected for somebody like Hollow, who's definitely one of the hidden specialists on the team. But yeah, it's a fair point there for Mexico. It's a 1-1 score, and the game's on. France is going to be next pick.
We already got some people in the chat looking for tiebreaker.
Okay, so the next pick is gonna be Flower Dance. Is that even a map though?
No, it's Ame no Chikumori no Chihare. Double time is what Frank is gonna pick, I believe.
Alright.
Yeah, I saw that as well, and I was like, I don't see Flower Dance.
I don't see no Flower Dance. That's your expert commentator panel for you guys. So, Ame no Chikumori no Chihare. Fruit Dance. Almost Flower Dance.
Oh, it's the English translation. I get it now.
Yeah, there you go. They one-upped us, dude.
Feels bad, man.
I'm having a little bit of a feeling that Jazzy's internet is acting up again, so the pick is going to take a little bit longer than expected. But we'll be working behind the scenes to get that fixed as soon as possible. If you have any questions for us, you can ask anything. OSU related, non-OSU related, it's all cool. We'll act as your internet parents for the coming hour.
You can ask anything that is like PG-13 and under. This is a family-friendly stream. Shoes or socks? Personally, I go barefoot usually. Especially in the summer, because it's summer in the United States, so usually I just
Shoes or
like put on
socks?
some slippers.
Like, if I can only
That's-
choose one?
I found sandals.
If I could only choose one to like go outside, it would be shoes. But if I'm inside, that's gonna be socks. Oh yeah, barefoot is fine as well. I'm cool with almost everything, really. Who is the most cursed commentator? I mean, the most cursed commentator is... Most of the time, it's the person that mentions it all the time. Like, oh my god, I just cursed them again. Oh my gosh. You know, that person is probably the most cursed commentator. I kind of don't really mind too much whenever I, you know, curse somebody. But I guess...
It's a funny meme. Yeah.
I guess that's like JBH or Elux, maybe? I'm not too sure. But yeah, just watch for the people that mention it all the time. Those are the most cursed commentators. They tend to do that a lot, or at least they will mention it, that they do it, and that will, you know, you will notice it more whenever they do it because of that. So there you go. But that's a pick. Jazzy is crawling back, or at least her internet is. Oh yeah, Dolan could also be a very high level Cursenator, obviously, yeah. But Dolan is just, I mean, he's just a hypenator, more or less, right? It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
really about
definitely.
content, it's more about just hyping everybody up, and he just does that so well. So in that sense, yeah, Dolan is also really good at that.
Dolan in catch is definitely like a perfect balance of being knowledgeable about the mode and about what's going on in the World Cup, and being really good at hype. But when you withdraw him from something he's familiar with and you throw him, because I also casted with Dolan in the Taika World Cup, then yeah, his job becomes being the new guy, asking basic Taiko questions, but being really good at hyping up Taiko.
I mean, it's kind of the position you're in right now. Gotta
Yeah,
hype it up a little more as well. Come on. I
I
gave
feel like
that
I have
job
a
to other
better
people. I
grasp.
used to be that dude. Now that's over for me.
I feel like I have a better
Time's done.
grasp of catch than Dolan has of Tycho. No offense to Dolan, but
I mean, Dolan used to not have too much knowledge of catch either up until a certain point. Now he's kind of knowledgeable about of the mode as well. He's played it more now too. We're getting into the third map though. Everybody holding on to FC so far. It's a double time pick here from France.
this definitely looks like it has a little bit more tricky patterns in it. A little no life finding a miss of his own. Gonna be the first break of the point so far. Gonna give Mexico an early lead.
I wouldn't really say too tricky, but it's rather just a consistency test for a lot of people. All those small left-rights varying a little bit in distance. Boros and Alostas both here with a miss, and Mexico is gonna skyrocket with score here.
I had to wait
And
to
that's
make sure
really
that
good
that
for them,
wasn't-
actually.
Yeah, I had to wait to make sure that wasn't client lag because those misses were right next to each other. Castro gonna find a miss.
But so is No Life. Cash gonna find a second miss, but then again, the score difference is really big already for Mexico, and this is looking very solid for them.
This could be a great opportunity for Mexico to get a break point very early in the match. However, they still have to watch it because there is still about a third of the map to go. It doesn't exactly look like the density is dropping anytime soon, so consistency is going to be required. Boros is going to find a miss here. We have 1/4 of the map, 1/4 of the map left to go. He's going to find another one.
Yeah, a lot of the map just becomes more space, but the patterns are staying relatively the same, but it's Mexico taking this one so far, and that will be in a break point. Very solid performance for all the players there. Only Kasha with a few hiccups there. Daxeros and Cowboy, on the other hand, both still holding on to an FC. Even the people like Alostas or Boros, who are double-time specialists in the end of France, are not able to match that at all. And that's a really impressive point for Mexico, very likely. Yeah, there you go. That's the final spinner. Wow. Okay. That's quite something. France probably did not expect that at all. 2 FCs in the end of Mexico. A single miss there for Alostas, but 8 and 6 misses for No Life are not going to provide enough fuel for France to take that point at all. Kasha with only 4 misses too.
Yeah, Boros and
Whoa.
Alostas having that double miss towards the beginning of the map really allowed Mexico to take a commanding lead. And that out of the gate allowed Cashew some room to miss, while Daxeros and Cowboy, holding their full combos for the entire match, were there to pick up his slack a little bit. Saying slack feels a bit rude because he still had a really, really good score. That's going to be a break point for Mexico, and they're going to be in the driver's seat now. This is their chance to extend their lead on France even further to 3-1. Some thought's going to have to be put into this. They don't want to give France the point back. They want to take this chance to extend their lead. Even if it goes back and forth after this, they will have a point advantage in their favor.
Yeah, they've pretty much secured the halfway point of the match already. This being their next pick, at least 2 more points can be lost versus France without going into full stress mode right now. And they're going to go for Big Brother. So again, as you mentioned, this is them in the driver's seat. They're going to be comfortable right now. They're going to be the one to dictate the upcoming 2 maps at least. And France is going to do the catching up game. Again though, France not bad with hidden. And this is a more interesting hidden pick than the one we saw just now. Definitely thanks to the fact that it's low AR, old map from Miss Magius. And a lot of the Frenchies are good at these kind of maps. Holo and R have already made their entrance. And Mexico is going to have to combat those 2. And Alostas too, who doesn't even specialize in hidden, but he's also very solid. He's just a world-class player, obviously. You can see that back in his rank. And, I mean, the previous point went really well for Mexico as well. I do wonder how they will fare on this one.
I think it's very important for France. I hope that they have this mindset. They can't let, like I talked about earlier, they can't let that loss bring their traction down. They have to keep up the momentum. Because we all know that France is a really good team. in that they can't let this 1 point get the best of them. They have to keep their spirits high. They have to make sure they keep winning and keep up with Mexico as best they can. Because as soon as that morale gets low, there's a bunch of factors that can mess with the players and their performance. So you gotta stay strong.
I do have to admit, though, the hidden performance from the Mexican team so far has been surprising me a lot. It's better than I did expect. And then picking a second hidden map here also goes against all my expectations, really. Well, I expected them to just exhaust the Noble pool and then perhaps go for something like hidden. But I wouldn't have ever expected them to prefer it over Noble. And that's what they are doing right now. Both mapping coming.
It's going to be the first one to drop here.
Oh, no. Okay, and Daxros and Hollow are also going to miss. So Mexico does hold on to a little bit of a lead at the start. Cowboy too, however. So Lostis versus Six Lucha are going to keep up the combos. And I'm going to never mind that, as everybody misses except for Cowboy and Daxros there. Ooh, Alossus is out of the rhythm, though. He's missed a few notes consecutively there. He's back now, though. I think, ooh, a few more misses incoming. But nobody's actually getting any sort of combo right now.
Everyone is building up to about 100, and then they lose the combo all the way back down to 0. However, it seems Mexico's finding a little bit more consistency. Just as I say that, Daxros and CX will find misses of their own, but Cowboy is there to pick up the pace a little bit. Hala finding misses, finding misses. Alostas and Cowboy are the only two with a significant combo right now.
I mean, it's kind of a discontinuity from the previous map they played. Feels a lot different, at least. So that's why a lot of these players are tripping up, because they've been playing a lot of the maps so far. But Alostas is actually holding on to combo, as opposed to all the other players dropping it now. But at least Mexico won't be able to run away with the score. Hollow right now missing about 6 notes in a row, and he's not able to go back into the zone at all.
Okay, we're good.
I'm so sorry, but there's so much happening right now. A lot of misses across the entire board. And to be fair, none of these players are playing outstandingly right now. It's all just trying to build up some sort of combo and trying to carry their team towards the end of the map. So far, Mexico is doing that a little bit better.
Daxros and Cowboy approaching the 200 combo gap, which is going to give Mexico a good chance to further their lead, but with only 1/4 of the map left, I don't think that they're going to lose their lead unless one of the players fails, which we did see last match, which honestly really shook me to my core.
Cowboy coming in with a 300 plus combo right now, so is Daxros. And right now, it's looking like Mexico really found their footing, and they're not going to be dropping that at all. These misses don't really matter too much, as the score difference is already way too big for France to make a comeback here. 300,000 points even. And okay, so France actually not being too comfortable and hidden at all. I wouldn't say any of these players actually played outstandingly here. Fairly mediocre performance for the entire player pool, but it's still pretty surprising to see Mexico beat France. Hollow even failing towards the end. 2 S's there for Six Lucha and Cowboy.
Yeah, that definitely seemed to be a challenging pick for everyone on the screen right now. However, I think it was the fact that Mexico was able to find more consistency among Daxros and Cowboy. CX Lucha finding misses of their own equal to Daxros, but their misses were a little bit more sporadic than the other two were. So I think the amazing combos that Cowboy and Daxros found, as you can see, 359, 379, does not compare to France 123 for 249 for Alostas, and Hala failing.
Yeah, against my expectations, Mexico's been really strong at overpowering France in their own picks, and now also winning their own map. twice in a row.
So France gets an opportunity to ban a second map if I'm not mistaken. I believe they're going to use that ban for hidden.
They will. I'm not sure if it's going to be hidden, but yeah, it's looking
Yeah,
like it.
it's Oni Kanojo hidden 1.
The Spectator CTB map, one of the old maps of Spectator. And after this ban, they will be able to pick as well. And Jazzy seems to be back. Tiger Eyes quickly doing the good old swapperoo, keeping the lobby alive while Jazzy tries to fix her script John. And again, France is gonna go for Nomad here with Frey.
So for hidden, when Mexico picks left, they're only going to have Pila Pala left to pick. France going for no mod. They are staying away from the mods, which I find to be really interesting. And I wonder if the Mexican team is going to pick up on that. However, like you said, it could just be a bait.
I mean, it's a fair strategy just to bait people into believing you will play a certain way. I mean, if it's only like costing you one map to completely throw off an entire team for the remainder of the match, I see that as a win. It's not really something you see too often, though. I mean, it's not really something that works out too often. Yeah, France gonna go with another Nomad here. This is quite an interesting combat pick, and it's definitely again suited very well for people like No Life and No Losses. I do believe that this is indeed a very smart pick for them. Mexico also having pretty strong players, but I wouldn't expect Cowboy and Casho to perform quite as strong as No Life or Losses and Mostradafolia here. But perhaps they'll prove me wrong, and that would only be good for them. So let's see what they can do. Everybody should be putting in 200% into this fifth map of the match here. France's pick. Yeah, lots of misses, losses of No Life there.
Yeah, a triple miss on the Mexican side there on that one jump.
Yeah, I already told you No Life and the Losses should be strong in this map. Now they will also miss joining them. And actually France is going to hand over the lead because of that, very likely. There you go. And No Life actually kind of struggling here, missing again. Together with Cowboy, but so is Monstradaful, and 2 misses were had for No Life, so Mexico is still gonna lead by quite a lot.
Cowboy finding some misses, but Daxros and Kashu are there to pick up the slack a little bit. Only a Lostis on the French side has that 200 combo gap. Monstrator is heading towards it. Kashu and Daxros finding misses there.
Everybody in Mexico missing him, completely breaking the combos they've had, so France is going to be able to take it down. I do see a lot of the Mexican players actually undershooting, not moving quite fast enough for the notes to catch, and that's going to be really difficult on those long jumps. No Life going to miss again together with a loss, but now Monstradaful is going to take up the MVP spot with a 400 combo. Mexico, however, has built up combo again as the Losses misses another note, which is very crucial in this situation. And it's fairly close to
miss, however. Cowboy and Daxros at that 200 gap. Monstrator at that 400, as you already said. France is taking the lead again. Cowboy finding misses. Kashu finding misses.
Yeah, very unfortunate miss there for Cowboy. Not really on par with the other people in the lobby so far. No Life is trying to pick up his game too, not having played too well so far either. Anything is still possible though.
Mexico's really gonna want Monstrader to find a miss at the end
And
here.
it's
Daxter is gonna find. Monstrader does break, however, but is it gonna be enough? Alasa still has a 200 combo gap. I don't think it's gonna be enough. There's not much of the map left to go. Mexico, oh my goodness, too much is happening right now.
A lot is happening. Kasha is moving into 200 combo as well. And again, the score advantage is only slightly in the hands of France, but there was a lot of possibility there for Mexico to actually take it with Monstrada and No Life missing quite a few times. They weren't able to be that consistent though. Cowboy, especially with its 25 misses, matched with No Life pretty much having 22 misses, even having a lower score, with a really nice performance there for a Lostis. Only one in the lobby to get over 900,000 points, 3 misses. Still very close though. Mexico was almost taking up another break point, and if they took that, that would have been really bad for France. So they are pretty lucky with this one. Mexico
like
taking the next pick.
Yeah, I would like to say, however France won this pick, it should be very concerning to them that Mexico got this close to getting another breakpoint in general. Mexico going to pick that last hidden there, so there will be no hidden maps left after this. But France really needs to find somewhere else to go, because Mexico won their first no mod pick. They almost won their second no mod pick. I feel like if I were on the French team, I would have to start saying, okay, maybe no mod isn't exactly the safest thing to do right now. Maybe you'd have to start looking at Hard Rock. Double time might not be the smartest thing to do there either. So you have to really consider, where can we go? Because it doesn't look like no mod's the safest thing to do.
That is true, but then again, Mexico is here on their last hidden pick too, and so far they've only gone for hidden picks themselves. So what will they do from here on as well? I think both France and Mexico will be moved out of their comfort zone, and I think that might just twist the match into an entirely different direction, where I do believe France is going to hold a stronger position over Mexico. Right now, Mexico is still leading, and there's a very big chance of them also taking this point still. So far, the track record of them shows that every single hidden pick is going to go into their favor, with France also banning a hidden pick. So that Mexico won't be able to complete the entire bracket of hidden, the mod bracket. So quite a lot of weight on this one. If France is going to take this one, I think it's Mexico to lose here. But if Mexico takes this one, they will have have a way more comfortable spot at least, and we'll have a lot of time to at least catch up with France eventually, and at least stay calm for the remainder of the match, as their entire hidden pool will be gone. See, Luca not quite loading into the client. Everybody else has started though. Yeah, you better catch up, Luca. You better catch up to the rest. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
This map will become harder as we progress, so this doesn't quite indicate too much. So far, a lot of the people have done very nicely though. There's already been some very nasty jumps, and so far everybody has caught them. This time around, Monstradiful is also playing hidden on the end of France instead of A, so that is also a little bit of a team roster change, which might be favoring them right now. Daxrose with the first miss. And the double miss there for France, so that means Mexico will be able to take over the lead in a few seconds here. And here in the Ki, it's not really too hard. Not expecting a lot of misses here.
One of the longer hidden maps though, 3.5 minutes. So there is still time for France to take some lead back. However, Monstrader and Hollow have not fully recovered from those misses earlier just yet.
Yeah, they're getting there, and now the map is going to be speeding up a little bit. And CX Lucha feels that. in his core. Oh, but the entirety of France missing there, so that's going to counteract any kind of progression they've had. Daxero is the only one actually holding on to their combo right now. Cowboy and Six Lucha also at 70 and 80 respectively. But that means Mexico is going to keep rolling with their lead. Daxeros with a really strong performance here. Once again, hitting the jump. Cowboy and Six Lucha also climbing up to 200, whereas France has missed all of the notes there.
Yeah, France finding their second triple miss of the map. That's going to give Mexico once again a very large favor, as we have about one third of the map left to go.
So misses there again from Six Lucha and Cowboy though. So Daxero is now the only one with a combo. And we still have 1/4 of the map left, so an implosion from Mexico could still make France win, but it's looking good for Mexico. Cowboy and Six Luca missing again, but there's no combo in France to compensate. Daxeros is freezing on our climb, but he's missed. Alostis, same story here. But the combo advance is slightly in the hands of France, but it doesn't really make up for the score difference right now. And there's misses for France all over the board, so that's just not going to work out in the end. Mexico is just going to be able to roll with it. With a fail from Strutful even. That could be true. Not quite sure. The result is not in, and his client has crashed. I mean, there's plenty of space for him to recover here, so we can't really judge on what's happening. But Mexico's looking like they will be taking the point so far. Looking at combos and comparing the losses and holo to the 3 players on the Mexican side.
Yeah, looking at the MP link, Mexico will be taking that point. Monstrutter did not fail, but it was not enough for France to take the point back.
Yeah, not even close. The score difference there was 186,000 points. So Mexico comfortably taking that pick. But that means the entire hidden pool has run out. And now I do wonder if Mexico will still hold a candle against France with, for example, Hard Rock and Double Time. Not sure if that's what they want to go for in this scenario. France did ban a Hard Rock pick, so they should probably consider that first over Double Time or Nomad, despite France primarily picking Nomad themselves. But yeah, the transition is gonna happen right now. The transition for the Mexican players, especially, from not playing any hidden at all anymore to playing something like Hard Rock and Double Time again, which they haven't done in the previous few picks. Whereas France might be a little bit better with that transition, and they also tend to swap a few more players than the Mexican team, so that also provides for a little bit more leeway for all of the players on the French end to perform better on their respective maps. I'm expecting another Nomad here for France, though. Okay, I'm just really bad at these predictions so far. Enjoy the Silence is a Double Time pick for France.
An interesting pick, seeing as though their last Double Time pick did not go in their favor.
Yeah, they had the Mexican team had a really godlike performance in that first pick there, the first Double Time, that is. And maybe that was a one-time thing. France is probably hoping for the fact that that was a one-time thing, but I don't really think it was, because the Mexican team, especially Daxeros and Cowboy, should be very consistent in these kind of double times, especially Daxeros. I mean, again, he's being underestimated a lot by a lot of people. It's kind of weird, because I would actually expect France to rather go for Hard Rock than Double Time, yet they ban Hard Rock and they go for Double Time themselves. So I'm not really able to read the teams correctly here, their plans and what they have in store for the other team. Mexico probably doesn't mind too much this pick. They should be all right. It's not too crazy of a map. It doesn't really have any weird gimmicks for the most part. So yeah, let's see it happen. Hopefully Mexico will be able to perform just as well as they did on that previous Double Time. Hopefully France is going to be performing a little bit better too. This could be a really close one. wonderful song as well. I love it.
Definitely sounds like a nice song to listen to. Rock, but not too hardcore. Just a good, nice beat.
Okay, we are getting started. Few Vamos Mexico in the chat. Everybody hype up your team. Come on. If you're French, you should be cheering for France. And if you're Mexican and you like Mexico, you should be cheering for Mexico. Go ahead and do it. Give your teams your energy. And let's see them play here. Dax Rose with the first miss from Mexico coming in together with Seek Lucha and Cowboy. Alostas and Boris also have had a early miss for France. No Life, the only one building up to 2 in the combo. And that's going to diminish right as he got it. Back to the 0.
Definitely an interesting beginning right at the gate here for both teams. Seems that, never mind. I was going to say, it seems that Mexico has the combo advantage. I think they still do because of CX Lucha. However, Cowboy did break his combo right there at the beginning of that phrase.
Yeah, they have a little bit of a combo, but it's nothing to write home about. As you can see, France is probably still going to be keeping up the lead. Never mind, double miss there for No Life. And Burrows. Doxeros is also going to miss. CX Lucha misreading there with his hidden. And we are leveled out again, combo-wise. A little bit of a combo advantage here for France. But it's not gonna quite determine the outcome of this map just yet.
No Life and CX Lucha both finding misses around the exact same time. Cowboy's still holding 400 combo. Boro's still holding 250. Just as I say that he misses, No Life finds misses as well halfway through the map. Mexico finding a good amount of lead now.
Yeah, quite some unfavorable misses there for France in the easier sections. No Life tends to miss a few times here and there. Whereas Mexico is looking really consistent now with everybody hitting 3 unit combo. Cowboy at 660. They are not leading by a landslide, but again, Boros coming in with another miss is just going to give Mexico just a little bit more of a lead every single time. No Life coming in with another. And the score difference has gone from 70,000 to 100,000, goes to 120,000 with Boris's miss. And Cowboy misses now, but then again, they've capitalized so much right now that it's not looking like France is going to be able to take this at all.
Mexico finding an amazing amount of consistency in the last part of this map. Cowboy had a 700 combo. Daxraw's CX Lucha. Daxraw's maxed out at 600. CX Lucha still climbing the combo. And this consistency has allowed them to take almost, it looks like they're going to take another break point on the French, and that's not what France wants.
$200,000 score difference, 200,000 points. That's so much more than I would have expected on this one. It's kind of like Mexico played played a game of tag. At one point, Daxros had a really high combo, then Cowboy had a really high combo, then Seek Luke had a really high combo, and for the rest of the map, they stayed fairly consistent, didn't really spread out a lot of their misses. giving a really high score to every single one of the plays, whereas France, No Life and Boros just had these misses all across the map, all over the map, spread so much apart that they just couldn't build above a 311 and a 260 combo. Only a loss is really matching the Mexican power here on this double time pick. And Mexico is really far ahead of France right now. With their pick next up, France is looking very bad at the moment, actually.
Yeah, France is
Looking to be in a
not
very
in
bad
a good
spot, at least.
spot at all right now. Mexico finding that second break point on double time. Like I said, I knew it was going to be kind of a risk for France to go to double time again, seeing their amazing performance on the first double time pick of the match. There is not as many picks for Mexico to, take by storm, since Hidden is completely gone. But seeing as though how double time has been going, it makes me wonder if Mexico actually has that same talent as they have in Hidden in double time over France. And if so, then they have the 2 points they need to win right there with Sunset March and it. I'm not too sure how to say that. Ite, maybe. But if that's the case, then Mexico's looking at a really secure victory here, unless France can find victories in the Hard Rock or find victories even in the double time pool.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for France from here on. And my predictions about Mexico have been very much wrong as of yet. Showing a very strong performance. But then at the same time, not to flame the team, but France has also been underperforming on a few of these maps, I would say. Definitely not performing as well as they did in previous rounds. So that is also a bit of a factor in this match. But that doesn't matter. As long as Mexico wins, they just win. I mean, that's how simple it is, right? Gotta go with another double time pick. Just gonna keep up with these double time shots at France. This might just be the third double time win. And if it is, then that's gonna put France in a terrible spot, actually.
It will, because Mexico will have their 6th point, and while France may win the point after that, Mexico will be in the driver's seat for their match point, and that is very dangerous. Even if they get if Mexico gets one more point, even if France reverse sweeps, this will go to tiebreaker, guaranteed. So it will come down to the tiebreaker if France can find their footing. And we're just going to see what happens. And it's quite exciting. Definitely not the way I thought this match would go, as much as I love Mexico. But I'm loving the fact that they're taking a great lead over the French.
Yeah, if I were you, I would only be happy. Little question here in chat. Is the map pool showcase after this match? No, after this match, we will have the winner of this match versus Chile. Not sure if there's like an hour break between those two, but then we'll have the match I just spoke of. And then afterwards, we'll have a map pool showcase. So you're going to have to wait a little bit longer on that. For now, let's just enjoy the match with this next double time pick. CX Luca with an early miss, but is going to miss a little bit later. Okay, never mind. CX Luca is going to miss again, so that's going to give France a little bit of a head start here. And that's going back to Mexico's misses again.
Everyone on the Mexican team just realized this because of how common it is in catch. Everyone on the Mexican team going double time Hidden on this pick. No one doing that on the French side.
Are they trying to hide something? Okay, that was a terrible one. Please. Pretend like you never heard that one. Another miss there. Six Lujan are both consistently missing, I would say. I'm performing a little bit worse than Six Lujan, but none of the other players have missed as of yet, so that's gonna create for a pretty interesting situation. Any other miss from any of these other members is gonna make for a pretty significant difference. It's gonna make for a bit of an uplift for the other team, definitely.
Cowboy, Elastis, and Boros holding double S's currently.
Yeah, you're gonna take that back real bad soon. Everybody missing now, and the entire lobby has been cleared of combos pretty much. But Mexico is gonna do that section just a little bit better. They're gonna be keeping the higher combos here. And that translates to 180,000 points of score difference. 118,000. And this is a pretty slow section, so they can build up their combos to 200 very comfortably here. Stay ahead of France. little bit of the map left, but there's not a lot of nodes, so Mexico is gonna either have to implode or France is gonna lose double time again. Another miss there for A. Not providing the things they need at all. Mexico is looking really strong just once again. And just keeps on missing all the time. It doesn't seem to work out at all for the French team. Mexico just building up on that score lead they had, just continuing to get more score, obtain higher combos than the French, and it's showing. Once again, a huge score gap there of 240,000 on a double time pick, which we expected France to perform fairly well on. And now Mexico is in the match point position. France is going to have to put in a ton of work to get this back into their favor. And that's going to be extremely hard, especially considering how well this went for Mexico. Single miss there for Cowboy, 2 misses there for Daxaros, only 6 for Six Lucha. He's had a higher score than A. He's had a very similar score to Burrows. Only a loss is kind of matching the Mexican team there. It's looking very grim for France.
This is a very, very dangerous position for France, because as I said a few minutes earlier, even if France is able to take this point that they're about to pick, Mexico still has Sunset March, and they have won every single other double time pick in the double time pool. So it's not like France, it's not like it's a toss-up. Maybe France will take the point, maybe Mexico will. We have a pretty strong foundation to say that Mexico will probably take Sunset March. So if France doesn't lose this next point, Mexico still has a really strong pick for them in Sunset March. So France is going to have a huge uphill battle, and it's going to be really, really tough for them to get to tiebreaker at this point.
And you want to know what's even worse? The fact that there's no hidden left also means that France can't just randomly pick something that just tries to throw off the Mexicans from the next double time pick. They can't pick something that is like a lot different from Sunset March. A low AR pick, for example, in the hidden bracket would have probably helped with throwing off Daxaros, Six Lucha, and Cowboy for the double time pick that's upcoming if they were to win that pick. Right now, they're going to have to opt for either Nomad or Hard Rock, because I know for sure they're not going to go for the double time. And honestly, the Mexicans are just warmed up and ready for that double time pick. It doesn't really matter how they perform on the next pick at all. It doesn't really matter. As long as that double time comes, they'll probably just take the point. There's been huge score differences between Mexico and France with every single double time pick. And if they were to continue that trend, that's just going to be game over for France. They really have to pick up their game for some reason. FC, like triple FC the upcoming 2 maps at least, to scare off Mexico for a little bit. And then after that, they still have to win another 3 maps if they were to win this match at all. It's looking very bad for France, and the chances of them taking this are just close to 0 at this point, or approaching 0. And while I'm at it, Juan Nono official, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. We love you a lot. Thank you so much.
I just saw someone in chat say in Mexico we don't have anything better to do than to play video games. This is a pivotal point for the French. Will they continue to assert dominance over Nomad, the last Nomad being very, very close? And if they do, can they survive Mexico picking Sunset March like I think they will? That's all will be decided within the next few minutes.
I mean, this is going to be a toss-up, but we already kind of discussed the scenario, what will happen after this, so yeah, they're gonna have to bolster up for a final time, France, and if that doesn't work out, they've done a very good job at coming so far. They've impressed a lot of people with their gameplay, and that's honestly more than enough, hopefully. But for now, it's not over yet. Let's see what they can do in this normal pick. So a few misses here for Kasha, Cowboy, and Strataful. France is going to hold on to a very slight lead, but Alostas is going to miss a lot there, giving Mexico the lead once again. And so is No Light.
This is a very short pick, only 1 minute 44 seconds, so the misses are much more punishing, not as much time to recover. Cowboy finding a miss there. Daxros and Casho, however, at the 200 combo gap already. Daxros at 400, in fact. So the Mexicans are going to take a very commanding lead. Not much of the map left to go already.
Ooh, some misses there for two of the members from each team. Casho and Alostas were the only ones left with combo, but Alostas is going to drop it, and Casho is going to be proving himself to be an MVP of his own as well. Mexico is leading 100,000 points, and not looking like France has any chance of coming back right now. With misses across the entire board, it's looking like there's a leave from one of the French players too. And no,
that's going to be Mexico's final point.
That was quite something else, actually. Wow, Mexico. My God, what have you done?
Mexico performed out of either me or Sarton's expectations. 7-2 France. France, one of the strongest teams in this World Cup. I believe that's the end of the road for them. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's the end. That's it.
Yeah, they are out of the losers bracket now. And I mean, they performed amazingly throughout the tournament. I have to admit that this round was a little bit weaker for them. I expected a bit more, but that doesn't mean it matter. It doesn't mean that they didn't play well. I mean, a lot of the teams so far in this tournament would still have a lot of trouble fighting France off, even with their performance right now. But Mexico was just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Breathtaking performance there on some of the mods we completely didn't expect Mexico to be that good on. And I'm genuinely surprised with this one. In a positive way, though. I love to see Mexico this strong. It's absolutely amazing. Congratulations to them. That's wonderful. And they'll be playing against Chile.
Out of this. I'm very happy. I'm very... that was possibly one of the... To go into the match thinking that France had such an upper hand on Mexico, and then to see them come back and to play as strongly as they did, I think that's possibly one of the highlights of the World Cup for me so far.
I've heard from people that Mexico was great, but I mean, I am always trying to be a little bit skeptical and see it for myself, right? I don't want to spoil the fun by not being surprised, not, you know, just being disappointed by the performance after hearing rumors. But this is what people hype them up to be, and wow, what a performance. They're going to be playing Chile in about 35 minutes, guys. So they are warmed up, and Chile is also warmed up as they play versus USA only a few hours ago. And I think that's going to be one crazy match between these two American countries. Really looking forward to seeing a bit of that. I won't be commentating that, but applause to the Mexican team. Applause to the French team as well for having a very strong performance, especially throughout the previous rounds of the tournament. They were absolutely amazing. Beat teams like the USA, which is that's a beautiful feat. That's something to write home about, definitely. But yeah, Mexico, even stronger. I mean, what can you say?
I can say that I'm very, very happy with the Mexican team.
And so am I. Alrighty, guys. We'll be off for a little bit. For about, as I already said, 35 minutes. We'll be looking at Chile versus Mexico. And that will determine who will get a third place or higher badge. Because now there's only 4 teams left, being South Korea, China, Chile, and Mexico. The winner of the upcoming match is going to get a guaranteed badge. And that's something that the Mexicans have never, ever had before. Chileans have had a third place badge already in 2018, but they're looking to improve that, obviously. So there's a lot at stake in this match. So don't forget to watch it. Definitely don't turn off your Twitch, okay? Just don't do it. Follow the channel, subscribe if you want to. If you're feeling generous, you'll get an email notification whenever we go live again. You'll be able to check out all of the matches next week, because I know you're gonna stay for this match, guys. You're not gonna leave anywhere. And that'll be it for me for this tournament, because I'll be gone next weekend to the Cowboy event. And I'll be checking out the matches from there as a spectator myself.
We'll miss you. We'll miss you.
I'm gonna miss commentating with you two. Incandescence, we've really grown as a pair. I do feel like
We have, this is our third time commentating. I think it's an iconic pair for CWC. I might just have to come back next year solely
gonna
to do
do
this
that.
with you again.
yeah, you're definitely gonna come back. We're gonna get that ready and done for you. But yeah, for now, guys, I thank you so much for enjoying my commentary. Enjoy the upcoming matches, and we'll see you soon.
How's it going, everyone, and welcome back to Oz Catch World Cup 2019. I'm Elux, and currently joined with me in the commentators booth is Juan Crystal. How's it going, Juan?
Hello there. Quite excited, honestly, because this match, I will say, is the least expected match that could happen out of all the possible outcomes. Because I think most people were expecting this match to be France versus the US.
Well, all I can say is everybody's pick'ems is blown completely out of the water and is all but irrelevant now, with Mexico and Chile going head-to-head in this loser finals matchup.
Oh, we have a Kujibo with us as well, if that's the way to pronounce it.
Good morning.
Good
no,
morning, sir.
I saw this coming, so I ruined my pick'ems last week instead.
Nice.
And with me, with my pick'ems, I ruined them 2 weeks ago because I completely forgot to fill mine out.
And I did the same last week. Strategy.
Well, with the lineup, we got Line QTXZ, Eldenel, Nico, Nachoel, Aricio, and Lechuguin for Chile. And on Mexico, we got Daxorus, Cowboy, Delek, Cashew, CX Lucha, and Firu. Krichibo, what did you think about that Mexico vs. France match?
That was actually pretty surprising. I was expecting France to just have at it and take it. Maybe Mexico would have scored like 1 or 2 points, but they completely turned the tables on France. So, although France luckily didn't repeat the same tragic fate as last year when they made it to finals week. They got points on the board and weren't kept scoreless.
Yeah, that's true.
But you see,
But I bet everyone, bet 9 out of 10 people had Mexico written out of this tournament after seeing how they did in group stages. And here they are now.
the hold my beer of CWC. Mexico pulling off a pretty neat and almost dominant upset victory. Can't really call it an upset after that performance.
And you gotta remember, this is a Mexican team without Ponchiwi.
Ponchiwi gone. Dexteros has stepped in, and we have a lot of the players from last year have really improved on their craft, and it's quite evident watching them this year. I think they might have bit off a bit too much now in their opponents with Chile.
As we know, Chile is no stranger for competing with podium spots here in CWC, but Mexico keeping their eye on the prize for their first ever podium spot. What do you think? Are they gonna get it?
Oh, I'm gonna say... I want to say yes, I really do. Really want to root for Mexico here.
I know.
I think...
I want to see them win this.
I think if I'm trying to do the most sensible guess I can do, I might go Chile.
Yeah, and especially seeing how Chile performed against the United States. I'm still not recovering from that defeat.
Yeah. Be fine. Time.
But that was then. This is now.
Got a bright future in today's last match of today, and then next week's grand finals matchups. I believe this is the match for the podium fight.
Yes, Squeegeebo, it is.
We are looking at
The winner of this ends up facing China in losers grand finals. For those of you who have not caught up for any of the matches today, South Korea beat China and sent China down to losers brackets, and Chile beat the United States, and just last match, Mexico completely demolished and upset France. The only teams left are Chile, Mexico, China, and South Korea.
do not envy the winner of this match, but they will get that podium spot though. We'll just have to wait and see with what happens here.
Unlike some of the previous warm-up maps that we've had today, this is one that's a bit on the shorter side, only a minute 44 seconds long.
Diced almost.
Well, this is definitely a warm-up map. Those jumps are really quick. Ugh.
Been a few maps in CWC that are like this, so this is a very handy warm-up map to have. Although you're also warming your opposition up too, so
That is true.
double-edged sword.
That is true. We haven't been really seeing any meme-filled warm-ups so far today, but here's hoping from the Chilean side. Man, I'm seeing a lot of support for Mexico in the chat. Where's the Chilean fans?
Hmm. Ah, there's one.
We got one. We got one Chilean fan. Compared to oh, there's another. And okay. Eldenel mapping this one. This sounds like it's gonna be a really good warm-up map. Hopefully Chile will live up to my expectations of a meme warm-up. And there we go, now I'm seeing more people in the chat letting us know that they're going for Chile.
Oh, yeah. Finding them in
See,
there.
I didn't know you guys were there because the Mexican fans were over flooding you with their support from Mexico. You guys gotta
Vamos,
equal
Mexico.
that volume. This is for a podium spot.
something grand here.
Yes,
Like a meme warm-up.
Augustin,
And
it
almost
does,
sounds
and
like
yes,
a meme warm-up.
Augustin, the USA got eliminated against Chile 7-1. That is a thing that happened.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a
that-
nice background.
That background, okay. I'm already liking this. I'm already liking this.
Oh boy, opting for the easy flashlight.
This is really low AR.
Ooh, a little bit of client lag.
Just going from a map that was intense in speed from Mexico's pick to something really slow like this is messing with my eyes pretty bad.
I can half feel the pain. It's only this is only half the pain in my eyes. The other half is the 7 a.m.
Yeah, you're here casting at 7 a.m. for your time. That's the time I woke up for our first match today.
Pulled an all-nighter so I could watch all the matches. Doesn't even look all that fast with Hard Rock, honestly.
No, it looks like to be about 6.5 with Hard Rock. Something like that.
Lucha and Lechiglin both trying it with Hidden.
These
Except
patterns
Pacho
with
missing.
These patterns with this AR at the end hurts my soul. I feel hurt looking at that low AR and those patterns now.
Ooh.
But warm-ups are out of the way. If you haven't already, get your roll predictions up. I'm gonna say Chile beats Mexico in the rolls. Gonna go 73-40.
Well, I'll go with you on Chile taking Mexico in the rolls. I think 66-19.
Oh, little disappearance from DJ Client there. Wanted to bring in his own remix to the Chilean warm-up. He's dropping it on SoundCloud here soon. I heard it's gonna be fire.
All these new SoundCloud rappers, I just can't keep up with them. Every week a new SoundCloud rapper has a fire mixtape.
Waiting on the rolls here. Our wonderful referee Tiger Eyes is trying to hurry them along, and there's Line QTXC with a 40.
Just as I predicted. Chile with the 40.
And Mexico with a 26. Chile wins the roll. And I can scratch out that 4 into 5 in a row on roll predictions, so...
Still 100% perfect over here.
Ever since I
Definitely
got my
haven't
first
been-
one right, haven't been losing yet. So maybe my streak of getting them all 100% wrong is finally done with.
And I'm definitely not changing mine at all after the rolls happen. No, don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean? You have 110% accuracy with a 10%
Yeah,
margin of
100% accuracy. I didn't say anything just now.
right? Or Chili opting to ban second here. Mexico choosing to ban our hidden 3 pick, Big Brother. That's a map that we've been seeing get played quite a lot in this tournament so far today, but not going to be seeing it here in this matchup, as Chili answers right back with banning Ite, our double time 4 pick. Waiting to see where Chili would start us off on this most unexpected matchup. And they choose Oni Kanojo, opting to go with Hidden to start off.
Ooh. It'll be interesting. Don't think I've ever seen these two take each other on in Hidden. I'd say, honestly, Chile might have the advantage here because of the seasoned roster. Also has quite the roster, but maybe not like Chile does.
You never know. We've seen how Mexico performed against France on the Hidden map also.
Yeah, that is true. It's had an incredibly strong performance this year themselves.
Gamerheem. Shout out to Gamerheem coming in with the subscribe 2 months in a row. Appreciate that, man. And CX Lucha is going to be the last player for Mexico coming in for this first matchup.
A bit of a client stutter just now. Yeah, Ducks.
Gamerheem, you do know that isn't a choice. You obviously have to go with the or on choosing Chile or Mexico. You obviously have to go with the or.
What did he say? I couldn't see it.
He said Chile or Mexico, he would choose John Cena, which isn't a choice. If it was me, I would choose the or.
I just couldn't see John Cena.
Wait, that's a John Cena?
I don't know.
Enough goofing around, here we go. Elden Eld, Line Q, and Let You Win for Chile, Daxaros, Cowboy, and CX Lucha from Mexico, starting it off here on Oni Kanjo, our hidden 1 pick. And a really early miss from Cowboy. Do not know what happened there. Same with
Daxaros could have missed
Daxaros.
too. Other at the moment.
And there goes Elden Eld with a
Yeah.
later miss, but that is traded off by Daxaros. And Cowboy
Cowboy
finding a miss as well.
Wasn't sure
Line
whether that
Q
was
he-
fine at first.
Line Q is gonna find another miss trading that with Cowboy.
It's down to Lucha and Lechiguin. Lucha and Lechu.
Daxaros finding another miss there. Just unable to find a hold on a combo. As Lechiguin drops, CX Lucha drops. There are no more full combos on the map as Eldonel is the only one above that 200 combo mark, raking in those points for Chile.
Lucha not able to hold the full combo for long enough to pull in a proper advantage against Chile, so they're gonna have to now to get that advantage.
Eldonel at the break, gonna see that he's the only one with a significant combo in the entire match so far.
Only...
Oh, he ended up dropping. I did not see that. It ended up before the break. Daxaros with a miss. As the Chilean team is building up that combo, but Eldonel right before the spinner.
CX Lucha and Cowboy both gonna miss as well, along with Eldonel. Lucha and Lechiguin, Cowboy missing. Lucha missing again, starting to struggle a bit near the end. He's just can't hold combo right now.
We have Line Q about to hit that 400 combo mark, still going up there.
Like
and
the
he
combo
dropped
ninja.
right before the end of the spinner, but it's not going to matter.
Seeing build up
Overwhelming
its
victory
total.
for Chile. Overwhelming victory for Chile on that map by 367,000. That was an excellent choice by them. Daxaros coming in having more misses than the entire Chilean team combined.
Oh, that's not what you want.
Though it was Chile's pick, so let's see how Mexico answers back.
Being the only one to actually get above 800,000 points on that pick for the Mexico team.
DJ Client dropping that mixtape. Another song coming from his new album on SoundCloud. Man, he likes promoting himself a lot, doesn't he?
No, it sounded exactly the same as the first track.
Yeah, but this one has a different name to it, so it's obviously a different song.
Oh, okay.
I mean, ignore the fact if it sounded exactly the same.
You know, it could just be the playing style with air quotes.
And ooh, Mexico going for Assailant in the Night. Our hard rock. Ooh.
Oh, who's gonna do the SS now?
For those of you who missed it, our first match, South Korea vs. China, Motion had a beautiful double S with hidden hard rock on this map.
Before we get another hidden hard rock SS.
I am really interested in seeing how the Mexican team is going to do on this map against Chile.
We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, Mexico did play some pretty decent hard rock in their last game. Better could have been worse.
The entire Mexican team taking a note from Motion all going with that hidden hard rock, while Line Q, the only one on the Chilean side with hidden hard rock. Eldonel and Aricio just opting to stay with just hard rock.
Yeah. Hard rock with hidden int.
All teams, no sweat getting up to that 200 combo mark. Besides Eldonel, who is going to drop as soon as they hit it.
And
Same with Cena and Cowboy.
this is going to be advantageous
No
for
more
Chile,
gold.
especially now that Daxros drops.
Ooh, I may have spoken too soon. We see CX Lucha with
Maybe not.
another drop.
I meant 12 minutes, and even though Aricio and Line are both still FCing, we're not even a quarter of the way through the song, and
as soon as you
Aricio
say
is gonna
that, man.
miss.
But Cowboy is going to trade that miss, and Eldonel is going to find another miss. But we see Lion Q still holding on to that double S. And I cursed him.
Ooh. Eldonel gonna drop along with Line QTXC. Cowboy gonna drop as well. And now Mexico have the advantage, and they are starting to build up that lead a little bit.
Chilean fans, please do
Oh,
not hate
Chile.
me for cursing Line. Please do not hate me for cursing Line.
Taking the advantage back in the spinner. That's... Might also have the combo advantage at the moment too.
Light combo
Cowboy
advantage on the
is
side of
behind
Chile as
Eldonel,
CX
and
Lucha.
Lucha's gonna drop.
And Aricio is going to drop as well. Line Q is going to drop. That gives combo advantage to Mexico.
Xeros and Cowboy versus Eldonel.
And Line Q is going to drop again as soon as he gets up to 150. He did not make it up to the 200 combo mark yet.
Combos versus 2 right now. Imperative for Chile that Lion gets his 200 back, and there it is.
But as soon as
Again,
he
just after getting 200.
triple miss from Chile, as Cowboy and Daxaros are holding on for Mexico. They are leading this charge to get the point as Daxaros ends up missing, but Cowboy still holding strong. CX Lucha with a miss. Daxaros going to be following up. But unless we see a fail from the Mexican side, this is going to be Mexico's point.
That does look like it.
Cowboy with a drop at the end, but that's not going to matter. It's Mexico's point. Mexico making a statement here with that Hard Rock pick, saying, hey, Chile, we got here for a reason. Don't count us out yet.
It is
1-1.
incredibly early to count them out at this point, too.
Cowboy and Daxaros both with over 1,000 combo on that. That accuracy from Daxaros too, a 99.73, only a 3 miss.
The only one under 5 misses in the lobby for that. Together a very impressive play there.
All I can say is, if the hype for Mexico to make it wasn't big enough yet, it better be after that Hard Rock performance.
Now it begins.
Aries no Tate. Ooh. That is going to see how Mexico responds to this hidden pick.
I mean, Heroes did one miss at last game.
Yeah, and especially after coming back from that, I would say subpar performance on Onikanojo, losing their first hidden map by 367,000. It would be really interesting to see how Mexico responds with this one.
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't be a defeat by that margin, but you never know.
Gotta hope that Chile doesn't take the point. Because he's still not... Mexico still isn't in a spot to do their second ban yet. Still need another 2 points, so if they lost this point, they'd still be a point short. AM maths.
And the only change up we are going to be seeing is Lechuguin coming in for Chile.
Hidden carry.
This is a bit faster map. We know how Mexico likes fast maps. This might be more up their alley. Daxaros gonna find an early miss there.
Yeah. It is by no means a long map though.
Everybody from Mexico is gonna lose their full combo, but it's gonna be before that 200 mark. We see Lechuguin dropping on Chile.
Looks like
Cowboy gonna be trading that drop though.
Before Lechuguin did.
Ooh, and Lion Q and Lechuguin dropping on the side of Chile. That is going to give combo advantage to Mexico, as there are no more full combos on the side of Chile. Daxaros is holding on to that combo, 400 and still going up.
Seems to be a repeating theme from the last match. Daxaros carrying through the hidden.
Lechuguin hitting up to that 200 combo mark to try and help his team stop the bleeding, as we see Cowboy missing as soon as he gets up to that 200 combo mark. Cowboy and Eldeno going to be finding a miss, and Lechuguin is going to miss. That's combo advantage from Mexico. But is it enough?
Ooh.
It is not enough.
Chile only just gonna eke out the victory there by about points roughly. It's another one miss from Daxaros, but just not enough to give Mexico the point.
If Mexico had about a good 10 to 15 more seconds on that map with notes, they would have turned that around.
The fight happening just a little too late.
Yeah, Chile squeezing a win out of that one only by 50,000 points. Cowboy, unfortunately, coming out with that 15 miss, tying the entire Chilean squad with misses. Oh, Cowboy and Mexico answering right back with Sunset March, our double time 1 pick.
That is,
And we've seen how Mexico did against France for double time, so
what?
if we see another performance,
Rise. I think double time Mexico might be able to take a few. They might have the advantage here.
And the chat is being spammed. Mexico or Chile. That's the kind of hype I like to see.
On showing support for their teams.
Uh-oh. Odino saying he's tired.
Him and I both.
Or is that just a ploy to catch Mexico slipping?
Ooh. I like a bit of mind games.
Thinking.
Mind games allow
Elden-
Eldnell to leave the lobby and sleep while he makes a teammate sub in for him.
Odino playing 4D chess against Mexico here, or is he actually sleepy? And there we go, Nacho L coming in.
Last minute change. Stas.
And here we go. First double time pick of this match. Dax Ross and CX Lucha choosing that hidden, while Cowboy this go around opting to stick with normal double time, as everyone on the Chilean team opting to stick with normal double time as well.
Just be one of those comfort things, I guess.
And Mexico is going to have early advantage from that spinner.
Yeah.
As we see Nacho finding a miss before a client freezes there for a second. Followed by Elden now. CX Lucha with a miss at that 200 combo.
It's 2 combos versus 1 again for Mexico, but this time it's for Mexico, not Chile.
Nacho unable to hold on to a combo here as he drops twice in a row.
We're seeming to get the better of Nacho at the moment.
And just unable to hold on to a combo. As we see Cowboy catching back up to that 200 combo mark. CX Lucha with a miss, but Nacho, Eldno are gonna trade out, and Daxaros is gonna miss.
That's gonna hurt.
But
Although Cowboy
right
is there to keep the
stop the
200.
advance from Chile.
Except now Lucha's gonna miss, and that will further the advantage to Chile. Breaker. Same here.
But Nacho is gonna miss, and that advantage goes straight back to the side of Mexico. Eldonel gonna be dropping. No drops on the side of Mexico yet. As Chile has to hope for something big to happen, like a failure from Mexico.
Ooh,
as we see Daxros and CX Lucha. Daxros getting really close to that fail line.
Doesn't look like it's enough though. And Mexico will take their second point neck and neck in this start.
Gotta give props to Mauricio, though. Only one with the full combo. Mexico gonna squeeze by, barely, getting lucky at the end that Daxaros did not fail, winning that by 59,000 points. And there goes DJ Client again.
This
Every time a song ends, he has to drop his remix of the song. Don't you know?
sounds like 1% more original than the other two. A few decibels and the pitch has changed.
Don't you know? He always has to drop that mixtape. He always has to drop that new single. And with Chile squeezing by from that earlier hidden victory, so does Mexico with that double time, as Chile, once again, opting for hidden. Pili Pala.
Just taking
Really
easy
good.
points here from the looks of things. Or kind
Well,
of
it
easy
would-
points. I
it
mean,
would
lost
appear
hidden
so,
map, I
but-
wouldn't have said point. Spaghettiing my words a bit right now.
I mean, it would appear so, but you gotta remember that Chile only won the last hidden pick by 50,000 points.
Yeah.
Both teams have not readied up yet, do not know which team is deciding on substitutions or not.
Like we are gonna get into this next pick. The fifth game. Didn't pick, I believe.
But Electric Wind, waiting on him to connect. Client is delayed a little bit. Do not know if he's not able to connect to the game yet, or if it's just Client as it has not been attempted to be reset yet.
Surprise points. What a disconnect.
Hit the panic button there. Wait for everyone to catch back up. And it would appear that Electric Wind ended up finding a miss early on as well while we were waiting for the Client to reconnect. For those of you in chat who are very confused about what happened, the tournament Client sometimes has this thing where it prefers other players more than others and sometimes gives the spotlight to some. So all we have to do is just hit a panic button and resync everyone back up, and it catches back up to normal time. We see full combo advantage for Chile right now as Daxaros and CX Lucha ended up finding a couple misses early on. Ooh, and a double miss on both sides. CX Lucha and Eldonel, the only ones holding above the 200 combo mark for their team. And CX Lucha and Eldonel are going to be trading misses. right back. And it looks as of right now, slight combo advantage in favor of Chile, as Daxaros is just a little bit behind. And a double miss from Chile again. Eldonel and Lechuguin dropping before that break. That is going to give Mexico the advantage here. And that is exactly what they need coming into this more intense section as Line Q drops. CX Lucha and Lechuguin going to be trading misses there. And Line Q and Lechuguin dropping again as we still see Daxaros and Cowboy dropping as well. CX Lucha has the highest combo so far. That is still combo advantage for Mexico as we see drops coming from all around the board. And unless there's a failure from Mexico's side, that is going to be Mexico's point. There's our first break point of the match. And Chile, after seeing how poorly Mexico did on that first hidden pick, have to be wondering what went wrong for Mexico to get a break point on a hidden map.
This is a surprise point from Mexico, and this will open it up a bit. Put that little bit of uncertainty in the minds of all the Chile players.
And with Mexico now at 3 points. Mexico with 3 points, now giving that comeback ban for Chile. Let's see what they go ahead and ban.
And now for my number, I'd like to return to the classics. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the scariest mouth in the world.
Man, what is Chile gonna do? They exhausted all hidden picks, and that's what they were getting points off of.
That is true, but Nomad has not had one picked out of it yet. Let's go for Nomad. Looks like they're gonna take their time with this pick. Does that say that they are going for...
Not sure what's going on right now. Don't know if that is Mexico's pick or what's going on, as Eldonel said that they want to ban the DT AR 8.5 pick, but unfortunately... Give us 1 second, chat. We are trying to figure things out right now. And there we go. Chile is opting to ban Endure the Silence, as it would appear Mexico is going with Squall. Eldonel and his entire state completely forgetting the map names and confusing our wonderful referees.
Disorientation of the fatigued. Looks like we're gonna have Cowboy coming in.
That, or is he just playing mind games still?
Looks like Lucha is jumping out as well, so we might see Cashel.
As it stands right now,
Or Cadence.
it is going to be as it stands right now, it's going to be Eldonel, Mauricio, and Nacho L for Chile, waiting on that third player to come in from Mexico. And it would appear that CX Lucha just wanted to go get a quick drink of water or something as he's jumping right back in.
Hydration. It's always ideal to have on you.
And Domi93 coming in with that crisp Twitch Prime sub. Coming in at 3 months in a row. Appreciate that, man. Not only is a subscription amazing, but a Twitch Prime subscription is even better.
Looks like we are going to be getting into Squall. 6th pick of this match.
Dax Ross and CX Lucha still going with that hidden modifier as we see Cowboy opting not to choose it. And this map is incredibly shorter than our last Hard Rock pick, almost half the time, just a little bit less, as CX Lucha is our first drop.
Dean. So he's gonna want Chile if he wants to recover some points.
And Cowboy is going to drop as well, as we see the Chilean team not faltering on this Hard Rock pick so far. And Nacho L is going to be the first one on the side of Chile to drop, as we see Cowboy catching back up to that 200 combo mark. That is going to help stop the bleeding a bit, as Eldon L drops as well. That is going to give full combo advantage back to Mexico. But Cowboy, he's going to drop, but he's traded by Nacho L. Dax Ross and Nacho L going to miss, but that is worse for Mexico, as Dax Ross had a 200 combo. And Mauricio just looking as if he is not stopping for anyone as he's hitting 1,000 combo. CX Lucha going down to failing there.
Oh, he really needs to recover this now. Won't be able to recover this from the looks of things.
Unless there's a failure on the Chilean side, this point is going to go straight back to
wait.
Chile, and it is.
Not lose the point. Looks like he didn't fail the end of the map. He might have just brought his HP bar incredibly low.
But either way,
Looked
that
like
is
a
going to be
fail when I
that is
saw it.
going to be Chile's point. And
3 and
with
3.
that, it is going to be a comeback ban from Mexico.
Even at the moment.
Or just when Mexico thought they caught a break with that break point, Chile answers back with one of their own.
Tactical position to be in.
And Mexico gotta be wondering what to go ahead and ban here, as they won one Hard Rock pick, but lost the other. They won one double time, and we still have one double time open. No hidden left, and the entire no mod pool open.
It's like those will be testing their raw modless abilities very shortly then. 3 mod maps left.
And Cowboy saying, yeah, we're gonna ban Yapa. Get that no mod 6 pick out of there. We don't want anything to do with that.
Oh, I think they might have they might have just got my matches confused.
But it appears that Nacho
Chile,
L
take
and
that.
CX Lucha both wanted that map, as Line Q says they want that sadistic music factory.
Well, this is the first time I've seen this one.
Ooh, and
Did all
this
over
is
the
a
few matches in the weekend.
brutal no mod pick.
Twisty
Plenty
boy.
of opportunities for either team to have a significant combo advantage, as you can miss at any point on this map.
Oh yeah, it's right with missed opportunities. A lot of wiggling, a lot of left rights, a lot of awkward patterns to hit.
I know every time I play this map, when I'm trying to full combo it, I always get frustrated. It always happens around like the 600-700 mark for some reason. I think it's a mental block for me.
Not surprising. I think a lot of players do end up getting that mental block on a lot of maps. Like for me, it's anything above a certain. It's like when it comes to doing maps that are like PP maps, hit like this certain point where you start mentally blocking yourself off, and you can only really play maps that give you little to nothing.
Oh yeah, I totally know what you're saying right there. And for those of you who are wondering why the diff name is called Sadistic Fruit Factory, well, you're gonna find out how evil this map is. It is
My favorite
entire
fruit.
different beast.
Favorite fruit is the CD as well. We're handling the first part without too much hassle. Some quick snappy movements here. Surprised me if it caught someone off guard.
Oh yeah, this map is full of wiggles that just the slightest overshoot will throw your combo way off, and you won't just miss one, but a couple, as we see from Jackson.
And Cowboy gonna miss too. Still the three-way FC for Chile, and Casho the only FC left from Mexico. Now, a lot of those wiggles can get very tiring very quick too. It's like
Line Q. And Daxros is going to trade that as well. Cowboy is going to drop. You see Eldonel and Aricio for Chile still holding on. And
Eldonel and
Cashew is going to
Casho.
drop right before the break.
Eldonel
There are
and-
no more
no.
full combos.
I could have sworn I saw Eldonel flash. I've been bamboozled. Still the 2 AFC for Chile. Straights on this point for Mexico. They're going to need a fail from Chile to pull a point here. And that just does not look like it's going to happen when they're playing in this form.
Just running away with this no mod pick. You see line Q dropping again. No one failing on those more intense sections, as Chile is going to walk away with the point by 192,000. And that, for those of you who've never seen this map before, is why it's called Sadistic. A
Looks like
beautiful
Mexico.
performance from Aricio and Eldenau.
Yeah.
Full comboing.
Like Aricio had 1, maybe 2 droplet misses at the most, and then Elnell had maybe 2, 3. Interesting to see what Mexico picks now. I'm thinking they're gonna try and use one of the last mod maps.
Yeah, I can see Mexico choosing the last double time pick.
Yes.
And there it is, our last double time pick. Let's see if Mexico can pull off another victory on this.
Chihare. Put in Cloud.
Let's see if Mexico can squeeze off another point from double time, or if they're going to be like Chile and choose a map pool that they feel that they're going to win, but it's going to be a break point.
We'll only really know once we're into it. And for a podium team, a third place team last year and top 4 again this year with Chile, Mexico are putting up one heck of a fight.
No one choosing hidden on this go.
That's what I like to see. Like to see the fruits.
Oh, as do I.
Visible fruits.
Speaking of seeing the fruits, you'll see that the fruit size on this map is a bit lower than all the others. This is about a circle size of 3, as we see Nico is going to be our first drop, followed by Cowboy. Nico catching back up to that 200 combo mark, giving slight advantage to Chile, as Cowboy just now catching back up.
They're gonna need Chile to drop more at this moment.
And there's the drop as
Yes.
Nico ends up dropping,
Oh,
but it's
Daxaros.
by Daxaros.
Gonna
But the
hate
score
you.
advantage went to Mexico for a little bit, but Chile is going to be pulling it back with that later drop.
Oh,
But
Nico gonna miss
drops
again.
again.
It's prime for Mexico to take the next point. And out at 4-4, we might see a tiebreaker.
And there goes Eldenel. Aricio, the only one with a full combo left on the side of Chile, as Nico finds another miss. And on a short map like this, just a single miss can mean the difference between walking away with a point and not getting one at all.
It looks like
As we find
Daxaros is
Daxaros
gonna miss.
after that condensed section.
It's like it's too late at this point though, unless we see a fail, which most likely won't happen. Definitely won't
And
happen.
there
This
we
is
go.
Mexico's 4th point.
4-4. Mexico taking that double time pick by 96,000. Aricio with the double S and Cashew with the full combo. Just missing 2 droplets there. Well, chat is starting to look closer and closer to that ever approaching tiebreaker.
Yeah, we've got 4 points left until we go to tiebreaker. 4 picks. We've got 2 each. This if we do go to tiebreaker. Best case scenario.
Next pick is going to Chile, and they're going to make a few substitutions as they get this next pick in order. Chile really taking their time deciding on this next pick.
Real strategy call. They really want to get this point though. They have
Definitely.
to analyze the options as best as they can.
And they're going with Koiru Recipe. Another no mod pick. After they won that previous no mod pick on Sadistic Music Factory, they're hoping to squeeze out another point against Mexico here, as Firu comes in and Lion Q coming in as well. And as soon as I say that, Firu feeling a little bit shy, pushing Nacho L back in the way.
Nacho, Eldenel, and Line for Chile.
I might have scared Firu away, Quijibo. I might have scared Firu away.
Firu has returned. Looks like it's going to be Firu, Cowboy, and Casho, giving Daxaros a quick minute break or two.
And that's looking more like what it should be. We had a quick second of Firu thinking that, you know, might betray Mexico a little bit, but nah, forgetting about being a traitor and heading back onto the side of Mexico. Loading everyone into this match. We see client catching back up, and there we go.
Bamboozling us, making us think that Cowboy caught the notes and
Firu with an early miss there. Followed by another.
looks like he missed again. Oh, he's got the starting jitters maybe.
It would appear so.
Take off the nerves for the rest of the song.
Everyone else holding on to a double S.
Yeah, this one.
We see Eldenel dropping. That is going to give combo advantage back to Mexico. But Firu is going to trade that combo advantage right back in favor of Chile. Same with Cashew. Cowboy, the only one with the full combo left on the side of Mexico.
And 2 full combos on the side of Chile. Once again, Chile just
But
running the
Line
no-more.
Q dropping, make that 1 full combo on the side of Chile.
Cowboy and Nacho fighting out. And
Line
Cashew
Q and
Elmo
Firu
both
gonna be
got 2
trading
on.
misses, but Line Q's gonna be finding more misses than Firu on that. And Mexico is leading to hope that either Nacho or Eldonel, and there it is! Eldonel with a drop, giving Mexico combo advantage, but not for long as Line Q catches back up. Firu just unable to hold on to a combo on this map.
Looks like not enough advantage. Again, but I don't think it matters at this point.
No, we're gonna need to be seeing a fail from Chile, which is highly unlikely for Mexico to come back. And just like that, it is back up 5-4. Chile taking another point by 115,000.
The no mod pick really paying off in Chile's favor.
Firu quickly leaving the lobby, probably a bit upset by his performance there. But if Mexico was Superman, then Chile might have found the kryptonite with no mod, taking 2 points so far against Mexico with that map pool. And of course, as usual, another quick appearance by DJ Client as he drops just a sneak peek of his next track coming out. Pick goes to Mexico as Dax Ross comes in. Waiting on this next pick to come from Mexico, and they're gonna choose Deconstruction Star.
But this one, not really surprising me at all. I mean, they've been going for the mod bracket over the no mod, so it's quite clearly what they're comfortable on. They go, this map is failable if the nerves get the better of you. We did see in the USA match against
Right at the end.
Yeah.
Right at the end. I don't want to relive that. Let's not talk about that. I don't want to relive that.
So you remember back to a few hours ago. No, I won't. I won't. I'll stop.
Like rubbing salt in the wound there. But Chile were able to barely squeeze out a win against the United States on this map. Let's see if they can do the same against Mexico, or if Mexico can bring it back and break the tiebreaker hype back up again.
2013 was the year that Chile won the Catch World Cup. It's 6 years ago. Lost. We had
And
South
it
Korea
would
take it
appear
2 years after that. 15. China with the 2016, Korea with 2017, China 2018. Yeah.
Lion Q and Dax Ross going with that hidden modifier as everyone else decides to play it safe and see where the fruit fall.
Ooh.
And this is a bit longer of our hard rock picks. This is about a little over 5 minutes. So if either team gets a few misses, it's not the end of the world. There's still plenty of time to recover.
This surely has to be the longest map in the map pool too. One missing yet in this first verse. Like everyone's gonna make it to the chorus combos intact. Well, Lion gonna be the first to drop though. Started.
Mexico holding on with that triple double S. As soon as I say that, Cashew's gonna find a droplet nest. And at the break, Mexico finding out that they have current combo advantage. And just like that, that combo advantage is shattered by a miss from Cashew, Cowboy, and Line Q.
Well, Daxarod's gonna miss as well.
And there are
Advantage
no
going back
more
to
full
Chile.
combos. No more full combos on the side of Mexico. And yet, and Eldonell is
drop
going to
his full
drop.
combo
There's
now.
only one more full combo on the side of Chile.
Well, they have taken a point on this, so being Mexico right now, you might be slightly nervous trying to play this one against Chile. Risiel still assessing over halfway through the song. Yeah, we're gonna
And as
drop.
soon as you say that he is going to drop, Cursonating is on point today.
No, what cursonating? I don't know anything about a cursonate.
But if he was going to drop, this was the perfect time to drop. As those bigger droplets help build up your combo, but they are not as much points as regular sized fruit.
Not only that, but in the slow sections in particular, it's nowhere near as damning, and it's a lot easier to hit a slow section. Casho and Cowboy aiming to prove me wrong though. Arisio gonna miss as well.
Dax Ross, the only one above 200 combo mark on the side of Mexico right now.
And that's up against Eldonell and Line. We're at 800 and 600.
But Recio gonna find another drop.
And he's put in a lot of the work for his team at the moment.
And his team has his back as Line Q and Eldonell still holding on. Oh, and Line Q is gonna drop, followed by Dax Ross and Cashew, and Arisio. And Cowboy is the only one with above a 200 combo mark. And just like that, the tide is turning towards Mexico's favor.
The scores are
And
getting
Cowboy
ever
is
closer,
gonna
but
drop.
Cowboy just dropped massively. It looked like he overdashed there and just missed the hyper.
They have to hope for a complete collapse by Chile here, as we see Line Q missing.
Line would give a drop.
But it's not gonna be enough just yet, as Line Q is gonna drop again! And again! And that's gonna flip it to Mexico at the end of the map.
Oh.
Mexico is gonna steal
Clutch
the point
point.
away from Chile, making it 5-5.
Is the last minute clutch. He looks broke. The stats on that match. Mexico winning by only 3,751 points. Incredibly close.
Well, we saw the collapse happen against the United States, and then just like that, Chile on the receiving end of the collapse this time around.
Not the beneficiary at all this time. Now this hype. One more point for both of them to score, but
Ooh, if the tiebreaker hype was not real before, it has got to be real right now.
and feel the tensions increase, and both teams know what this is for. They're both giving it everything they've got.
Chile really taking their lives. What in the world just happened at the end of that map? Mexico showing exactly why they got this far in the tournament here against Chile.
Yeah, coming in clutch when it really mattered.
Ooh. And Diaz is going to be happy as Chile's next pick is Trigger. And Mexico has not had any luck so far on the no mod map pool. But let's see if that is going to change with this upcoming map.
Yep. Looking like we are shortly in. Back at the start of this match, could you have predicted this happening?
Well, we knew it was going to be a fun match, but
Yeah. Being at 5 points.
hey,
The crunch. And we are gonna start now.
And
Yeah.
this map is especially dangerous, as you'll see later on. There are sections of double notes, both horizontal, then switching to vertical, and it's easy
Oh, yeah.
to get confused or easily overshoot one of those sections.
Horizontal into.
And if you overshoot one of those, chances are you're not gonna miss just one, but two or more.
Oh boy! No. What happened to Cowboy at the start of this? 83%. And he's starting, it just looked like he was twisting into nothing.
That was really weird. But he's recovering quite nicely after that.
Now the match starts. Yeah, down to a 92.35%.
What's that, everyone? You didn't for B to appear in finals brackets? Yes, again. As Eldeno is gonna drop, that is gonna hurt. Chile drops hurt Mexico, as that is past that 200 combo mark. And he's gonna drop again.
Although, reseal this time.
Full combo advantage from Mexico as we get into those double step out earlier.
Semi-vertical, semi-horizontal sliders.
As we've seen Cashew missing one of those, but instead of one note, he missed two. There you go, resealing Cash in.
What are we gonna drop now?
And then
Daxter
Daxter first. Catches that at 200, but miss as soon as he builds up. Eldeno is going to drop as Cashew catches back up to that 200 combo mark. That is going to keep Mexico in this as we get to the break. Mexico is going to see that despite the little slip up in the beginning, they have the lead by about 10,000. Eldeno just catching back up to that 200 combo mark as we see Daxteros is going to lose the full combo.
It's called hint.
Followed by Cowboy with a drop. Ooh. And Nacho L is going to break a full combo as well, followed by a triple miss from Chile. A triple miss from Chile brings Mexico right back into it as we see Cashew dropping, but everybody from Chile missed that area as well, as Daxteros, the only one holding above a 200 combo mark in that section. Daxteros is going to drop. He was the only thing keeping his team in this as the score is flipping back to advantage of Chile. Double miss from Chile.
Yeah, to see that happening near the end throughout this match, though.
Will that double miss be enough as that score is growing closer for Mexico as Cashew is going to drop right at the end? And that is all said and done for Mexico on this map. 17,000 points.
Up to the match point for Chile, 6-5. Mexico's pick, I believe, yeah.
And
Mexico
Mexico
really looking for something to get them to that tiebreaker.
this next pick is standing between Mexico and a tiebreaker, they have to make sure that this is
Sure
their
it's
absolute best pick that they can choose in this situation. Cowboy saying his keyboard just absolutely crashed in the beginning there.
Ooh, that's not good. It's not a World Cup without a tech issue though. Especially when it comes to hardware.
Nomad or Hard Rock? Pick your poison, Mexico.
Rock.
Pick your poison.
Gotta be Hard Rock, surely.
One of these three maps will potentially send you to tiebreaker.
I don't imagine Mexico mixing it up at the last second. I imagine they're gonna go with what they know and what they know they can pull a point on, and that's Hard Rock.
If Mexico were to be consistent, they would choose that Hard Rock pick as they have more wins on the Hard Rock map pool than that in Nomad. They have lost every single Nomad pick so far.
Oh, well, it is a rain difficulty. It's mapped by standard map in Milan, so it's a convert. You can imagine how much fun you'd have on a convert rain. A lot of fun. Descendants wanting to see the tiebreaker played, of course.
Of course, because it's his map.
Yeah.
Yep. And who would have guessed it?
Fine.
Mexico going with the Hard Rock.
Yeah, I know for certain I wouldn't have guessed Mexico picking Hard Rock. Many things I can guess, but that's not one of them. Oh, that's not a problem that it's a convert. It's a good thing. Convert rain is pain. Now,
For those of you who did not pay attention to the map pool showcase last week or were not able to watch it, despite the difficulty being named Rain, this is not a catch-specific map set. This is instead a convert with the difficulty name of Rain.
but on standard itself, I believe it's about. Sure, but I'm pretty sure that it's 7 stars on standard. So you can imagine what that would convert to. What sort of patterns you would have in 7-star map pre-convert.
Low Quijibo, with my experience of playing converts, it's either really basic patterns or insanely hard. And if this is a convert in the finals, my money's on extremely hard.
Well, if I remember correctly, there's going to be a lot of jumps. And a lot of fast sliders. I'm really looking forward to how this one gets played and how this plays out. They're gonna get Lucha in.
Lucha
Daxos
asking,
Cowboy Lucha.
Lucha asking, tiebreaker? Question mark. There we go. We see some tiebreaker hype from Lucha. What about you, chat? We need tiebreaker hype right here. You want tiebreaker? You want Mexico to win? They need all your energy on this pick. Everything that you can give them. Dax Ross and Lucha going with that hidden. Cowboy playing it safe. The rest of Chile playing it safe. Potentially the last map of this matchup. Here we go. It's gonna be an early miss from Eldonel and Cowboy. Gonna hurt Chile more than it's gonna hurt Mexico, as Nacho and Lucha trade misses there. Cowboy back up to that 200 combo mark as we see Eldonel closely behind. And Daxos and Eldonel are gonna drop because Eldonel got back up to that 200 combo marker and traded with Daxos. That's not gonna do anything, but Aricio is gonna drop as well.
Losing his FC.
That's gonna give point advantage to Mexico as soon
Cowboy drops.
Daxos holding on in that section where everyone else dropped, bringing it back up to that 200 combo marker from Mexico.
Just opportune time to hold on to. That is going to give them a decent advantage.
Aricio and Daxos battering head on as Daxos and CX Lucha find a miss. Aricio finds a miss right after. And now all eyes are on Nacho L, who has that 200 combo mark for Chile.
And looks like he's pulling it back for Chile. In very clutch right now, and
CX Lucha and
Mexico
Daxos
really need to commit right now.
They need a fail. They need a fail from Chile. Otherwise, they're going to lose this point.
Oh, Nacho misses rough,
And
but it looks like Nacho put in all the
It's not going to
work,
happen.
and
as
it is
Chile-
Chile's point.
Chile is going to pull back a Hard Rock win against Mexico, making it
Like,
7-5.
Going to the grand finals. Valiant effort for Mexico, though.
Chile.
This is the first time I've ever seen Mexico in the top 4. A very good effort. But
And Chile
alas,
making a repeat appearance to the grand finals. They placed third last year, and they are again going against China and the loser brackets.
oh, a rematch from last year.
That's exactly what this is a rematch from last year. Last year, Chile faced China in losers brackets after China got knocked out of round 16. Or was it quarters? Yeah, it was quarters that China got knocked out by United States. But instead of the United States, it is South Korea in that winner's bracket spot this year.
Exact same place, exact same time. China and Chile gonna go at it for a bit more redemption this year against China.
But a stellar performance by Mexico. You could not count them out at all, especially after that
no
performance
doubt.
against France. Even though they're walking away, coming out of the top 4 with a loss, they got to be proud of how far they got.
Undoubtedly. Off a lot of surprise victories, taking out the Philippines, taking out France.
Exactly, and joining us currently in the commentator booth for this upcoming Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase is the one, the only, you've seen his maps, JB Hyperion. How's it going, JB8?
It is I, and I've just witnessed one of the greatest matches of this tournament, maybe one of the greatest matches that we've ever seen in the Catch World Cup. You guys were pretty lucky to cast that one, boys.
Oh, no doubt.
That 3,700 point victory in Hard Rock.
No, almost 27 hours to cast this.
I ended up knocking my mic off the table.
So
Hey.
exciting.
Broke partway through. Oh,
Yeah, did you hear that? My
Crashing.
voice cracked. My voice cracked.
It's okay. The excitement was palpable. The moment was heated. You can be forgiven. So yeah, what do you think's gonna crop up for the grand finals? We have our special grand final pool for our 3 remaining teams this year, new to the 2019 edition. They're gonna get even harder, guys. Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
possible?
ooh, definitely.
I have been informed by Dave, map selector friend, who showed me the pool initially, that what did you say? There are no full combos on the replays that he's currently received. So
Ooh.
that gives you a little bit of an indication of how difficult this upcoming pool really is.
I'm keen to see this now.
Well, hang around.
Definitely.
No one's
Yeah, I'm
kicking
gonna-
you out.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
go
the
from
final.
staying up for 27 hours to staying up for 29 hours.
And if the final map pool, if you thought that was hard, oh man, just wait until you see this upcoming map.
Yes, another 6 no mods, 4 hidden hard rock and double time, and one lonely tiebreaker selection all on its own. There's lots of predictions coming out already. Fantastic to see. I haven't seen the right one yet, but you're free to guess as many as you like. So we're just waiting for all the replays to be loaded, everything to be synced up by the streaming team. Don't go anywhere.
There's gotta be a difficult level DT in there. There's gotta be. Oh, I'm hoping to see like some AR 10.6.
And JBH, correct me if I'm wrong.
Continue. I want to know whether I can correct you or not.
Sorry, my keyboard was slipping up there. I have push to talk from my mic. Correct me if I'm wrong though, but you said there are no full combos in the replays?
I think Dave said that he hadn't quite attained all the replays that he needed for the showcase at the time he gave me the map pool. But I don't know how many he was missing, but he said that none of the replays that he had yet received were full combos. All of them had at least one miss.
We're seeing it now. Is that the Gigas map?
Oh,
What map?
you
Oh,
are
I know.
Spoilers! Spoilers! Transition has not yet been achieved.
Ouija Bo leaking the script out here.
Oh, my bad. I'm so tired. I'm breaking everything.
No! Patience. The maps will come.
Patience, young Padawan. Patience.
Hey, they heard
Remember the
nothing.
wise words of Star Wars.
We're not going back to Star Wars. That's not the Padawans. Younglings. Material DT.
There's some people mentioning image material. I'm not sure that one's going to be selected. We've had that one before. 2016's grand final tiebreaker.
Honestly, that it's 9.6 stars. It's actually not really all that hard. It's just kind of, you get nervous because it's worth so much when you FC it.
Well, forget PP. There's real world cold hard cash on the table for anyone who can win a tiebreaker this year.
Like the PP of life.
Yeah. PP helps
You
pay your bills in
yeah.
catch.
Yeah, you use real life stuff to... Ooh.
Keep those guesses coming. Not just for tiebreaker, any maps that you want to see.
Any map at all.
Anything
Any map
at
you
all.
want to see at all.
Anything at all.
Because you gotta remember, this is grand finals, and just about anything can and will go. So
Absolutely, not just can happen, but anything will happen.
Did accidentally give away a clue for one map.
A clue. It was, yeah, I suppose a little bit of a hint. But we're still waiting for everything to transition over in just a second. I think we're almost ready though.
And I see Harimu in the chat saying, imagine Big Black map for catch. Cough cough, is that your spoiler for your next map, JBH?
Absolutely not. So there you go, it's been given away mildly, but Gigas is the first mapper in our grand finals no mod pool. Masayoshi Imori's break over. Super Mental is break! Is the first difficulty up, and we're going to get right underway with the grand finals map pool showcase for the 2019 OS Catch World Cup. Starting out with 2 minutes of drain time, 150 BPM, the casual matter of 8.12 stars and 9.7 approach rate.
And yes, you heard that right. This is the first no mod pick, and it's 8.2 stars. Usually the first pick is a comfort pick, and if this is the comfort pick, oh boy, just wait until you see what comes next.
Sick multi-map though.
You played this one before?
And with your mates, do a multi. Just throw this on.
And one thing you guys are probably noticing is that all of these sliders do not have tiny droplets on them. They all have bigger droplets. So if you mess up on a slider, it's not just an accuracy drop, but it's a full combo break.
There's ticks.
Definitely very punishing to have such a high slider velocity. As you said, all ticks almost are those large ticks that obviously contribute to your combo. Catcher control is at a premium in this one. Also, lots of heavy anti-flow usage, some going into and some coming out of very strong, snappy hyper dashes. Lots of 1/2, 1/4, and of course even some 1/8 thrown in as well. And you can see some double patterns there.
Oh, and I do love my anti-flow in maps. That's whenever I make a map, that's one of my weaknesses is I throw in a bit too much anti-flows when I shouldn't.
Nah, there's never too much anti-flow. Even if it's unplayable. It's obviously World Cup material, right?
Oh, wise words from a good mapper right here.
I'm not sure they're the
We're seeing-
wisest words I've ever spoken, but if you want to think that way, go for it.
More and more people gain the ability to play like 8, 9-star maps, and we're seeing more of these 8, 9-star maps ranked that are worth like 1,000 PP a piece. And so many people are just coming through assessing. Like,
And our next no mod map is Mitsuyoshi Takenobu no Ani, Amphisbania, mapped by none other than Ascendants. We are seeing 2 minutes 34 seconds of drain time on this, a BPM of 185, and it is a star rating of 7.39.
Yeah, so this is a new, I'm air quoting, upload from Ascendance, coming out very recently. Obviously, he's planning to revive this one for rank in his own set, some spread coming soon. I believe this was originally uploaded as part of a Toybot standard set in about 2017. He's made some minor kind of edits and fixes to that, but I think largely the difficulty remains the same. If you've seen that one in multi-lobbies or floating around in kind of modding queues and things like that from times gone by. Main focuses of this one are going to be like anti-flow within streams and lots of direction changes as wiggling. So again, catch and control, definitely an important one. And of course, lots of 1-4 hyperdashes with the increased slider velocity and increased BPM on offer compared to what we've seen previously.
Some of those patterns are
These patterns look fun. I like the looks of this.
There are two types of people, right? The ones who said these patterns are like cute, and this that say that these patterns are just insane. And we just have two of them right here.
Masochists and realists, definitely. For sure.
Well, I am definitely a realist, but don't let that shy away from the fact that I still do love these types of patterns.
Of course, I am incredibly masochistic.
Also, yeah, some eagle-eyed spotting Touch Me, providing the replay from this one. Obviously, the Hong Kong captain. His team sadly out of the tournament, but still contributing in his own way. Do you see how many old and new players you can spot performing replays of a pool of this insane level of difficulty?
And for your Hong Kong fans out there, Hong Kong made it to the grand finals maps. There you go.
Touch Me still flying the flag. Slider velocity just getting pretty kind of insane here. Those kind of stacked buzz slider sections, like, they don't look too wide, but when you're kind of coming out of a strong hyperdash, it's very easy to overbalance those and miss a huge amount of notes very quickly. So there we go. Amphispina is our second pick. Third, Chroma, Made in Love, mapped by another Catch World Cup captain, Bunrei, this time of the Philippines. 2 minutes and 12 seconds in length. A very slow initial BPM of 88, but I think that is rather deceptive. 6.92 stars of difficulty, a circle size of 5, which is quite a bit smaller than some other things that we'll have seen in this pool and previous pools, and an approach rate of 8.8. So this one is definitely not a kind of high velocity, snappy technical offering, but does still include a lot of wiggling, some anti-flow, and some fairly odd, deceptive stream shapes.
Bunrei, someone who's ranking a fair few maps recently.
He really has been. And this AR is definitely a change of pace from our first two maps.
Just because the AR and the BPM are a bit change of pace doesn't mean the difficulty is either, though, because you can tell right away that some of these like snappings are really quite tiny and require very precise control on the catcher. You can see triple kind of wiggle pattern there, coming into and out of hyperdashes for each of those.
The flow into
very
wiggles,
delicate catcher control.
the kind of flow section into the wiggles did look pretty awkward as well, so even the flow isn't flowy.
Oh, definitely. And despite this being a bit lower star rating of 6.9, this is not any less difficult. As we can see, those patterns right there was just...
That almost looks like the kind of pattern you'd get when playing a map with the easy mod. Like
It really
sliders
does.
that are so rapidly, like one following another and in opposite directions, that they look like they're all kind of falling at the same time. And it's really a challenge as to how do I even read this, let alone play it.
possibly where Boon Ray got some of his inspiration from.
Potentially so. Yeah, we know he's definitely a mapper that the star rating doesn't always tell the full story on many of his creations, and this I'm sure is no exception.
And of course, what Grand Finals map pool would it be without Code Crimson, mapped by the one, the only, the infamous CLSW?
Yeah, this is definitely a map that we've seen before, very famous, now loved offering from CLSW, or Minato Yukina, as he is now known, from 2016, loved in mid-2018. This one, again, roughly 2 minutes in length, lots of wiggling, lots of strong anti-flow, so you've got to come out of a snappy 1/4 hyper dash into a very strong 1/2 hyper dash, so balancing snaps and different strengths is going to be a key on this one. And if there was enough wiggling for you on the previous pick, there's just a little bit more and then some on this one.
And you'll notice the HP drain is a bit higher on this map than the previous one, almost 7.
Yeah, this will round up to
those
7. HP drain and catch rounds to its nearest integer value, so this one is essentially 7, higher than anything we've seen on previous picks. Amphispina was 6 and the other 2 previous picks were 5. So coupled with the density and BPM, misses here are going to be remarkably more punishing than have been on any of the previous selections.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fail on this map, honestly.
Teams are gonna want to practice this one a fair bit, just so
I hope they want to
avoid
practice
their-
everything in this pool,
Yeah.
since there's only
Just so they can
2
avoid the team
matches
fail.
that stand between them and the Catch World Cup Championship.
True. Anyone winning a sight read contest?
I mean, I want to believe that some people could probably perform well on these maps whilst sight reading, but I don't think that anyone wants to chance that. The standard of competition in the remaining 3 teams is so unbelievably high.
Especially the constant wiggling on that map is gonna tire you out instantly if you're not expecting it.
I believe that map also made a appearance in one of the Amiru Dan packs. Once you went up higher above like 10th Dan, then you'd see it.
Yeah. And for those of you who watched OWC, well, Chisana is back in this grand finals with a comfort pick. Chisana Korino Uda.
I thought you said
Oh,
comfort for a second then. I was
No,
like,
comfort.
this isn't. Oh wait,
No,
he means
no,
comfort.
Comfort.
Man,
This isn't comfortable. What is he talking about?
I mean, it looks comfortable in comparison to the last map.
Definitely. But Proce's Extreme coming in at 3 minutes 40 seconds of drain time. Our highest BPM in this no mod pool coming in at 220 BPM. It's a convert, 6.68 stars, but that does not mean it is any less difficult at all.
Yeah, can I just take a second to point out, we're talking about a 6.7 star convert map. This is not like your typical like speedy boy overdose that you can maybe get a cheeky 500, 600 PP from. This is brutal. Lots of extended sliders and snaps out of 1/2 and 1/4 hyper dashes at 220 BPM, and that BPM picks up the longer the song goes on. So you have to deal with BPM changes as well.
In perspective, they're 6.6 and onwards for converts is where they start becoming near unpassable. Like there are quite a few that have very few passes on them. You hit like 6.6, 6.7. Just because the patterns become so erratic and intense. Absolutely ridiculous.
and this pick is definitely going to be favoring some of those more older players who were around during when converts was the meta for catch. As you see, some of these jumps are just an extreme distance apart from each other.
And also the thing with that is, while combos might have been the meta a while back, the meta for standard mapping different back then too, so
Yeah, old school
changes there
combat
to
players will
deal
not
with.
be intimately familiar with this kind of standard mapping unless they've continued their combat play throughout the past kind of 5 or 6 years or so since catch specifics really came to the fore. Yeah, pretty impressive 1000 combo from Eka here. Obviously very famous, skilled Japanese player who sadly was not competing at this year's World Cup. He holds the current first place on this one with 1433 combos, so I'm assuming that this is his replay from that performance. No Life, French player who we were obviously hyping up a lot earlier but sadly lost out in that match to Mexico, also has 1000 combo. And then there's Dusk and Ponchiwi. So there's no other players with more than a 700 combo on this one besides those 4, and there's nobody has fewer misses than Dusk's 2 miss. So will we see anyone pushing the limits towards an FC in the coming week as they practice for this one?
no. Eka himself, I'd say, is top 5, top 10 in terms of, and a 3 miss on that. That's off.
So our 6th and final no-mod selection for the 2019 Grand Final is Calling by Zek, Winber One's special extra. Very interesting circle size of 2.4, as you'll notice is rather massive compared to pretty much everything else we'll have seen in this whole tournament, really, let alone this pool. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this tournament that's approached circle size 2. We saw circle size 3 double time pick in the previous round, but these are some bigly fruits, ladies and gentlemen.
Even in just the whole game itself, you rarely ever find maps that go down to like CS3, CS2.
Definitely not at this level of difficulty anyway.
And when they do hit like a certain level of that difficulty, then you have to kind of work with the patterns. Then they start to look a little bit confusing. Got a lot of awkward patterns here with all these sliders and streams.
Yeah, lots of balancing, wiggles and streams of varying shapes and sizes. Some calm sections are going to be thrown in as well, but it's going to be a lot of hypers combined with very odd stream shapes, like that one just there. Reminds me a lot of the Hollow Wings extra convert from, I think it was the quarter-final pool. And then sliders in the Ki obviously going to have their slider velocity bumped up to 11, making balancing those first and last fruits to prioritize combo very important.
Seeing some more of those wacky sliders come out of the word works. You know,
These
JBH,
wiggles look so brutal.
I will really be impressed if somebody manages to get a double S on this.
Oh my
Don't
God.
say it won't happen, because you'll probably lose that bet. These players have proven us wrong time and time again.
That one, I'd say, might be more doable than Chisana. A lot
Well,
more.
6 no mods
there are
down.
a lot-
Hidden is where we're heading to next, and this, honestly, is a shock. I had a feeling this map was going to crop up in a World Cup sooner or later, but for Hidden, this is really, really mean. Like, this is a savage selection from the map selector team. Emil Autumn's I Know Where You Sleep, Magic Bomb's second appearance in the 2019 Catch World Cup. This is 3 minutes and 5 seconds of drain time, 160 BPM, circle size of 5, and approach rate of 8. And if you've never seen this map before, or never seen this one thrown around in a multi-lobby, there's wiggles galore, lots of anti-flow in trademark M-bomb style, very strong 1/2 jumps combined with hyper dashes, and the ending frankly gets pretty ridiculous with how many direction changes and strong snappy movements there are. Like, flow almost doesn't exist in some parts of this map. It's just that evil and uncomfortable to play, but it does fit the theme of the song down to a T.
Oh, definitely, and just watching some of the spaces between these notes is really, I can really see it tripping some players up, either going a bit too far back or a bit too far forward on some of the spacing there and finding a few misses. I can honestly see that happening.
Yeah, one of the major difficulties with this, beyond what I've already mentioned, is since the hyper dashes are strong and then the dashes that follow them are also very strong, if you overshoot slightly, it makes it very difficult to get back for the next fruit. And in a lot of cases, that fruit is obviously also followed by more strong dashes or more hyper dashes. So if you slip out of your rhythm on any of these patterns, you can miss huge swaths of notes before you even realize, even though the BPM and the approach rate are not that high.
And that's what makes it a brutal map for our first hidden pit here.
This song is pure hell. You can hear the demons, some people are saying in chat. I actually love this song. Like, the map is very cruel, and I'm not a fan of playing this one beyond the first kind of minute. But it's a very good test for the World Cup at this level of difficulty. Now we can see getting into the kind of sped up section. Snapping has increased, wiggle distance has increased, anti-flow, obviously. If M-bomb was able to increase the anti-flow anymore than he already has done, then this is that.
Wiggle City.
Oh, I did say the ending was quite mean.
Yeah.
Very impressive if someone FCs this during a match.
Just seen a message from M-bomb saying, "At Ken, how the hell did you hit the 1-4 section?" There's some surprising players in this world, huh? But that's only hidden number 1. We've got 3 more to go.
And here we are, our second hidden pick. Uno and DWAT, Ios's tracks. It's End Roll.
Mapped by Eno, so song by Uno, mapped by Eno. I thought that was a nice little... I'm not sure if that was intentional, whether he deliberately picked that because of the name, but
I can
Eno, a kind of well-known mapper, has a few offerings in Loved, all very kind of high star difficulty, high BPM. Very kind of fan favorite map of kind of intense maps that, as you said again, do get thrown around a lot in practice multi-lobbies.
By far our shortest map on this hidden map pool, coming in at only 1 minute 45 of drain time with a BPM of 170. But even though it's a short map, it's 7.7 star rating with an AR of 9.6.
We quite often see kind of high-level maps in the Catch World Cup's previous editions as being very tricky, slow, technical, low approach rate offerings, similar to what we've just seen. This is almost the complete opposite. This is rapid, this is fast, this is snappy. This has a lot of anti-flow, but also a lot of regular flow as well. So it's different and it's really good to see something that tests the complete opposite end of the skill spectrum in a finals pool.
I'd say this would be your comfort pick for Hidden. Honestly, like, just maybe the moment Hidden picks up in speed, I find it so much easier to play.
I know I personally dread ever having to play Hidden at approach rate of 8 or lower. I cannot do it to save my life. I don't know what it is, but I just cannot find a combo to save my life when it's that slow.
Oh, I got almost bamboozled by my own thoughts for a sec when Mapper, I thought you were about to say well-known card game. No.
Well,
I
Uno
I
is
heard
a
you
well-known card game.
It's time to draw 4.
So in the finals pool, we had some inspired Kirby mix from Miss Magius, and this time it would not be a Catch World Cup Grand Final if we didn't have some authentic Kirby Susumu Hirasawa. This time Aurora 2 from Starrod Kirby himself, the master of circle size 5, approach rate 7. Seems like he is rather a staple in OSCatch World Cups, because it does, as I say, test that ultimate reading skill of small circles, strong jumps, and very slow approach rates. This one's going to be 3 minutes and 30 seconds long, BPM of 140. But the difficulty is only 3.5 stars. That's not difficult, right?
Not at all.
No, not at all. Only coming in with a HP drain of 7. Not difficult at all.
So this one is an offering that was submitted, can you believe it, in November 2009 and ranked in June 2010. This has been around for longer than most people, myself included, have even heard of this game. And in some cases, it might have been around for twice as long as some of the newer kind of members of the community, or even 3 times.
9 to 10 years this thing's been around for, depending on if you're going off data it was made or data it was ranked.
So, for a map set that's been ranked for over 9 years, how many hidden FCs do you reckon this one has, boys?
Enough.
I'll give you a hint. It's less than 2.
I'm gonna go with I do see XGon on there, but
1.5.
There's one hidden only FC
Yeah.
from Rubaku, French master of approach rate hidden. 2 hidden Hard Rock FCs, but only 1 singular hidden FC in 9 years.
You hear that, players? There's your challenge for you.
In typical old style, there's lots of very wacky slider shapes, very strange distancing that obviously doesn't make too much sense to us catch mappers, us catch players, but plenty of sense. Lots of regular spacing, but that means that when you have jumps that go from one side of the screen to the other, you have to be precise on your timing for those again and again and again. Wiggling, strong half jumps, strong back and forth, and very weird slider shapes. And of course, it's all set to the tune of AR7 hidden. So you've got to be planning your moves almost a second in advance so that you don't move too early.
This is one of those maps that is going to take extreme catcher control in order to be able to compete. And everyone left, Chilean players, Chinese, South Koreans, you heard JBH. That's your challenge. One of you better full combo this.
Yeah, there's a couple of 1 misses. Eldenal has a 1 miss. I'm not sure exactly when that score was set. Maybe he can go 1 better in a tournament setting. That would be even more impressive.
Each team has hidden specialists, so it wouldn't surprise me if one of them FC'd it.
Man, those sliders are absolutely brutal at this approach rate with Hidden.
Lots of throwdowns going on in the chat already. You better FC this, you better SS this. Oh hey, this person missed where I missed. Lots of recent re-emerging memories from previous attempts at this one, I am assuming. Tenchi Chan saying, Russell, you better SS this, and Russell saying, well, we're not in the World Cup anymore, so I'm not sure how you want us to do that one. So 3 down, 1 hidden pick to go. It's going to be Shinra Bansho Zenryoku Happy Life, mapped by Haley. Ken performing duties on this one once again. This one from September 2018. 4 minutes and 30 seconds of drain time, so definitely the endurance pick of the pool. 190 BPM and an approach rate of 8.7, so slightly slower than some of the things that most people would be normally comfortable playing hidden at, but definitely not on the level of the AR7 and 8 picks that we've seen previously. 5.1 stars of difficulty, lots of slider extensions which at this BPM do tend to create some very strong, snappy hyper dashes. And of course, they'll be combined with very strong regular dashes as well. And lots of direction changes that really just come at you out of almost nowhere, which players will probably need to be memorizing if they want to make sure they hit all of those. Definitely some catching on the edge of the plate is going to be required for this one.
Edge catches and hit. I would not expect anything less from the Grand Finals map pool.
Oh yeah, you can't make a better combination. Unless you throw in hyper dashes with those edge dashes as well. Then it's a party.
Well, that's a party that I would want nothing a part of.
You don't fancy letting one of the remaining teams sub you in? I got this one, boys. Let me take it.
As long as it's not hidden, I'm perfectly okay.
But it is. It's alright, you can only see half the screen. It means you can focus on the rest of it more intensely.
And since it's hidden, I can wait till next year to make my appearance.
And then take the hidden off. Attacks.
Seems like Ken has been doing most of the map pool duties that aren't outsourced to some of our outsider pros and other tournament experts, players who've been participating in the World Cup already. He's got a lot of work to do this weekend, so big props to him for securing all of these replays. How many tiebreakers, as in maps over 5 minutes, are there? Just one, and it is the tiebreaker proper. This is the longest non-tiebreaker map in the pool at 4 minutes 30. So don't have to worry too much about another Twilight Poinsettia 5-minute hard rock pick appearing, as we saw in the previous pool, if that's not your speed. The Nomad pool was very kind of short and speedy as far as previous rounds are concerned. Just the one map, Nomad 5, that was really over 2.5 minutes, Chisana Koi no Uta. Everything else being between 150 and 240 in length.
And there's some of those rapid direction changes that you were talking about earlier, JB8.
Should be a map full of tiebreakers.
Real
Yeah, I
stamina
agree with that.
test, that one.
Oh, wait, I got a better one. Just a massive long tiebreaker full of songs that are all tiebreakers, but they're all played at once, each ascending in difficulty,
All back
just
to back.
training the endurance. It's like you'd start with something easy, like I don't know, what's like a 3-star 5-minute map. You'd have like Goodbye to a World or something to start with.
Start 3 stars. That one I can
Yeah, you start with like Sad Machine and then end with like the Deceit Violation at 1.1 times speed.
Don't go putting ideas in their heads. There's an aspiring tourney host out there somewhere thinking that's an incredible idea.
I thought about doing that once.
Have you copyrighted
hosting
it
an
already?
endurance tournament, and then I realized we don't have enough endurance maps. And
We maybe do now. You might be
yeah, we might.
surprised.
Thing about endurance maps as well is they're also like loosely inconsistent in difficulty. Like you've got a few at 1-star level and then a bunch at like a 6 stars, a couple at 4.
So
To sort of
Hidden
figure
is
out a map.
wave goodbye to for another week. Hard Rock double time and our tiebreaker to go. Again, we've got 2 specifics and 2 converts, and our first Hard Rock specific,
Naka.
another Bunrei offering. Dasu's
Good luck.
Nakaka Pag Pabagabag. I pronounced that correctly, but that is a reasonable attempt and is the greatest attempt I am going to attempt.
I mean,
That is
if you
pronounced
listen to the
today.
song, if you listen to the song well enough, it just pronounces it at one point, so you can probably get it from there. So there's
I'm
that.
paying attention. Last week, or the week before, we had Elux counting me's. This time we're counting for pronunciation of whatever the hell this is.
Kaka
Well, JVH, that's all
It's
you
something
on
like
this one.
Naka. It's like Naka. Nakakapavaga.
It's something like takes 5 attempts to actually pronounce
Yes.
it.
Oh my god, that is. Oh, I'm changing the name to that.
Bagabag.
Yeah, pronunciation attempts underway. We're going to get this one started. This one is
Okay.
just over
The
2
commentator
minutes.
who gets it right is gonna get a month of support.
Ooh,
If you do it
gauntlets
during
thrown down.
like the moment he gets picked and you do it well, then you get a month of support. That's the deal.
Gauntlet's been thrown down, boys. Everyone wants to be commentating grand finals now for that 1 month.
Yeah,
But anyway.
everyone we can have like 8 dudes commentating grand finals at once.
2 minutes and 3 seconds of length. 145 BPM. Obviously, approach rate 10 is fairly irrelevant to what Hard Rock Edition does to approach rate at this point. Circle size of 4.5 gets bumped up to about 6, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe just below 6 when Hard Rock is added. And an HP drain of about 7. This is HP 5, so it'll be 7 with Hard Rock being added. Lots of snappy 1/4 jumps. Even though the BPM is quite low, this is definitely played in a more kind of BPM doubled style. Some edge dashes, and with Hard Rock, obviously, they're bound to crop up. And some 1/8 patterns do appear as well, so they're going to become very strong movements into and out of those patterns that our players are going to have to watch out for.
I think it just did get pronounced, but that's like very difficult to.
Well, we've got a week to practice, boys.
Yeah.
Don't burn yourself out all from the beginning.
It's too late.
That is true, that is true.
I already come in here burned up.
No, you've been commentating a lot today, so don't stress yourself too hard. You've got a whole Sunday to enjoy tomorrow.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want you to be all fruit caught out.
day rather. It's 9 a.m. Sunday for me.
I suppose it is, yes. You've got a long day of joy ahead of you.
It's about 6:30 Saturday.
So, 1 down. Our next specific rolling on is Ponkichi Hyakakukai Ho Shitori Kukuri. I have no idea whether I pronounced that one correctly either.
Pretty close. You're actually pretty close with
You
the
think so?
pronunciation on that one.
I'll claim this one. So a mapper that we've seen quite a bit of in this World Cup already. Map pool selector, FD Fluorite, another fantastic offering from her, taking her tournament tally to 4. So this one, as you've probably guessed from seeing any of her previous creations in the Catch 2019 map pool, has lots of BPM changes, some micromanagement between patterns, and a fair whack of anti-flow thrown in for good measure. This one has 160 BPM and 2.5 minutes of length, 7 stars or just shy thereof, so it's the highest star rating difficulty in this year's Grand Finals pool. An approach rate of 10, obviously. HP drain is 2.5, which with Hard Rock goes to about 4, so it's fairly negligible. Players shouldn't be failing this one unless they have a complete nightmare of a run. And a circle size of 4.2, which takes that one to about 5.5 with Hard.
Seeing some really interesting wiggle patterns that Hard Rock is making here on this map. Gonna be pretty amazing to see how some of the players react to some of these patterns.
To make some decent practice maps too.
Yeah, this is a very new map, submitted in March of this year and updated most recently just a couple of months ago. Potentially created for the purpose of appearing in the World Cup. Whether this was its original intended location, we may never know. Some 1/6 streaming bursts, I think, coming in there. Hard Rock is turning them into a little bit of a mess.
Ooh.
Some kind of spacing inconsistencies, and you can see lots of very strong wiggling going on there as well.
Now,
Combining the 1/4
Jake-
and the 1/6 together.
Now, JVH, what do you mean by a mess? I love Hard Rock.
Do you really?
Hard Rock is turning,
I do not.
Hard Rock is turning these patterns into fun patterns. What are you talking about?
Yeah. It just makes it easier.
And our next map is going to be by Shindig. ZZZ. Mapped
This is
by
my
Squirrel
map.
Pascals.
The
Played
sleep
by
map.
AFE.
Yes.
Is this gonna be ASMR?
It might be.
Or is this bamboozle?
I don't know, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume it is. We are coming in at 2 minutes and 4 seconds of train time, 124 BPM, with
24 BPM.
with a star rating of 3.6. But with Hard Rock, obviously that is going to be increasing. We see a circle size of 5.5 with an AR of 8.8. One thing to really watch out for is the memorization patterns as well as the predominant 1-2 jumps. That's really, especially with the circle size, that is really going to catch a lot of players off guard with some of these jumps.
It's all circle size and memory jumps. Oh my god. This map is chaotic. If you pay close attention, you can actually...
I am so bad at this. It's okay, so we're going back to normal. You can actually see the feet of the catcher here. The CS is like the big thing here. Like,
Yeah, this is terrifying.
not as terrifying as my boys, I guess. But yes.
Yeah, 5.5 with Hard Rock takes you to around about 7, if I'm not mistaken. So this is certainly going to be the smallest fruit arrangement that we'll have seen in the pool thus far.
Wickedly high CS, the AR-10 on top of that, the all memory. Oh.
Also, let's just say this is AR-10 with 124 BPM. So when there aren't those little stream patterns going on, like in this section, you have no idea unless you have a good memory where the next notes are going to come, and you need great reaction to those huge timeline spacings.
And I was hoping to see a Hard Rock pick like this, but
Can't
what would
play
it
good
be?
stuff.
What would Grand Finals map pool be without a super high CS map?
So thank you for taking the whispering duties on that one, guys.
Or
As you probably do,
Aeron.
I do not have the good ASMR voice. But Scarlet Rose is our final hard rock pick. Maybe not the Scarlet Rose of Legend, the Val map that you are all familiar with. This one by PKK. Difficulty X. 3 minutes and 15 seconds, 160 BPM, 5.36 stars at an approach rate of 10, a circle size of 5.2, and an HP drain of around about 7.5. So, as far as circle size and approach rate go, this is probably the most, like, the most easily recognizable difficulty settings compared to anything else in the pool that we've seen thus far. The CS4 kind of hard rock, everything obviously going to AR10.
And this may not be the infamous map set, but this song sure as hell brings back a lot of time constantly retrying.
I think
Too much time retrying, if I dare say. I spent
At least-
way too much time trying to play the original version of this.
yeah, no, I'm not.
What's
good
your
with
boy's
that.
best combo on Scarlet Rose, by the way?
I'm actually gonna have to redo that, as I have not attempted it since I was like about rank 8,000.
Oh, wow.
I haven't attempted it since, so I can definitely see myself vastly improving.
I can relate to that. I'm just not good with AR9, so I'll like mess up the start a little bit and then just quit.
It's all about wiggles.
Something I've noticed though, a lot of at least for the past 3 years straight, there has always been a Vocaloid hard rock map. This year it's Scarlet Rose, it's Cosmos. The year before I believe it was Mythologia's End.
I'm not sure if that was last year, but Mythology's End has definitely appeared in a hard rock pool in the last few years.
No,
I
last
do
year was
remember that one.
Cosmos.
Oh, last year it was Cosmos. In 2017 it was Mythology.
Practice Cosmos like crazy. I was trying to learn hard rock.
So it might not be immediately apparent to people who aren't initiated with high-level combat play, but this difficulty is very gradually creeping up. We can see the increase in slider velocity, the increased tightness of the dashes, and a lot more anti-flow being thrown in as well.
A lot of the streams into sliders get more and more awkward as well. Mini stairs, as I call them. Miss the tail of it, and you just lose your combo.
And there it is, still picking up in difficulty.
This is full of combo killer.
Yeah, if anyone can build a large combo towards the beginning of this map, they'll be doing themselves a huge favor, because trying to maintain any kind of combo under pressure with this kind of ending is going to be a real challenge.
Oh, I can see a lot of teams cracking under nerves due to this map.
Why are you
Heading
showing
over to our
Rhapsody?
final pool, and it's double time. Yes, Maxim Marka, Croatian Rhapsody, very famous ZH Steven creation. I believe this is now loved, although it's been kind of revived and pushed for rank maybe a couple times. There we go, this map is in a loved state.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 11 seconds is brought down to 2 minutes and 20 with the addition of double time. This one goes up to 288 BPM. An approach rate of 9 goes to 10.3. There's going to be lots of stairs featured frequently throughout this one. Very strong half hyper dashes and regular dashes, as is fairly typical for ZH Stevens' more kind of old school style. And capture control is going to be a very serious, strenuous test as this one proceeds. Part of me is slightly relieved that they didn't go full hog and pick the top Rhapsody diff, which is also AR9 for the double time pool. That would have been quite terrifying, but this one on its own is rather punishing in its own right.
You're making me wonder what could have been.
Yeah, ZH Stevens' map pool description says Rhapsody is super easy, only 4.32 stars. Should be easy to hard rock or double time. Smiley face.
JVH, don't give the map pool selectors any more ideas.
Oh, it's alright. Maybe it'll crop up next year. Maybe in AXS or CTBI.
The only thing we're missing,
anyone organising their own tournaments out there.
the thing we're missing now is the Casino map.
I was definitely surprised not to see a Cousineau map in the hidden pool in particular. I know that Dave is very fond of Cousineau's mapping, and they featured heavily in previous years, but maybe just couldn't find one he liked this time around.
Ooh, and that stream at the end is going to take intense catcher control to be able to hit that.
I think everyone is going to be requiring intense catcher control to FC, or even come close to FCing anything in this pool, as Rockmer, Project Grimoire, Brionac, Lu Lumfata. The overdose difficulty is our next double time pick. So Rockmer appearing right at the beginning of the tournament with Breeze, his rain difficulty in the hidden pool, and then again right at the end with one of his other recent maps, Brionac, appearing in the business end, the double time pool for the grand finals. Again, they haven't gone for the top difficulty in this set, the Broken Spear.
Oh, no.
This
That
with
would
double
be-
time would have been reckless, to say the least. But Overdose with double time, as it's on its own, is rather challenging. 240 beats per minute, 1 minute 24 in length. And this one with approach rate of 9.2, hit with double time takes us up to about 10.4, 10.5 perhaps. I'm not a huge double time player at these kind of approach rates, but I think this is probably the fastest approach rate that we will see in the grand final map pool this year.
A 9.2 approach rate with double time added on. Man, the selectors are really pulling out all the stops.
Well, they've got their extra pool of grand finals to play with, so they can afford to be a little bit crazy, a little bit mean perhaps.
I had to see a 10.5 though.
This one effectively TV size in length, obviously with double time having been added, so that one's going to be short and punchy, but maybe not so sweet. 2 double time picks down, 2 specifics down. Next, our first of our 2 converts is going to be Shukusai no Elementalia, mapped by Stallion. The Haki's insane difficulty. I guess you're a fan of this one.
Yeah, I know this one.
This is a big fan of mine as well. I haven't played it with double time too much, but I'm definitely a big fan of this map and this map set in general. Very cool song.
Dylan's knee socks.
And coming in at about 2 minutes 9 seconds screen time with 225 BPM. Got normal star rating is about 4.24. You know what that goes up to, JBH?
With double time added, I do not, since I do not have client open right now, and we don't have that information on the map pool. But I imagine it's pretty tough. 225 BPM with double time added, and it does have a speed up section of about 20 BPM towards the end. I think it goes to 170, so that would be, 245 or thereabouts? 240 perhaps?
About, yeah.
I'd imagine it would be like maybe 6 stars to mid 6 star. It could even be like high 5 star. Like sometimes with a few of the convert double times, they throw you off with the difficulties.
Yeah, this is one that definitely features a lot more kind of strong 1/2 dashing and direction changing than it does kind of snappy streams that cover the whole distance of the playfield.
And here we go. We hear that BPM change just a little bit as we're approaching the end of the map.
Here it comes.
There we go. BPM ups. Lots of half jumps thrown throughout, and obviously these get slightly more difficult as the BPM increases. And that difficulty gets more and more and more intense towards the end. Some of these streams at the end, the buzz sliders do get incredibly difficult to balance, but it's so fast to try and wiggle.
Fail potential.
And I must throw in a token note to go and read the novel of this, Serai Suka in a Blade Dance. If you haven't done, it's pretty good. The last volume has released and has been translated. I'm a big fan. You should be a big fan too. Go check it out. Shameless plug over. Our final double time pick and our final normal selection from the 2019 Oscatch World Cup Grand Finals is going to be Lunicode from Hatsukiura, K-Kip's Insane. The shortest double time selection, just slightly longer than Brionac at 1 minute and 50 seconds. 248 BPM, so again slightly faster than Brionac. Also, this one's going to feature a circle size of 4 and an approach rate exactly the same as the one we've just seen, 8.7, which doubles up to around about 10.1. Lots more streams on offer in this one, some buzz sliders, some anti-flow, and a lot of strong 1/4 dashing that doesn't have hyper dashing to it. So catcher balance is going to be a crucial kind of aspect of play that is tested here. Some 1/4 dashes are obviously regular, some are quite strong, some have that little red outline hyper thrown onto them as well. So it's going to be a real reading test as well to work out what you can kind of safely flow to the next object and where you really need to hold dash to ensure that you make that distance. Can we start tiebreaker predictions? By all means, go ahead if you haven't done so already.
Is it going to be... something metal?
You already know? Like, have you not got the map pool in front of you? It's a bit kind of cheatsy for us to, or the map pool selectors to be predicting the tiebreaker, right?
It is, but I am not sure if Quijibo does have the spreadsheet in front of him or not.
I don't have the spreadsheet in front
You
of me.
should have said, dude. I've given it to you. But anyway, only one map remains, and it is our tiebreaker.
I'm very
I
tired.
don't think I've seen it. I might have missed it. Plenty of people predicting Image Material, some Razor Sharp maps, Fusioku, Imperial Circus Dead Dissidents,
Material 2.
Atmosphere.
Ooh, I see some getting close, and Puffbuck was pretty right on the key. Camellia World Cup is coming back for tie.
So it's Gigadelic, Camellia's The Terror remix, 10 to the power of 12 long version. Minato Yukina retaining his position as seemingly the mapper exclusive rights to the Grand Finals tiebreaker. I think outside of 2017, he's been the kind of creator of every single specific that has taken the place of a Catch World Cup Grand Finals tiebreaker. We had
black or
Image
white.
Material,
Yes.
we had Monacan, we had Yomi Yori from last bubble in 2017, and we had Black or White last year.
Yeah.
So he does seem to have locked out that spot. This one's going to be 5 minutes and 30 seconds in length, fitting for tiebreaker material, obviously. BPM of 183, but that's going to be a little bit deceiving because there's quite a lot of ternary rhythm involved in this one, so that's 1/3 and 1/6. So effectively add double time to some of these kind of 1/3 and 1/6 sections, and you'll be playing at close to 250 BPM. Star rating of 8.73, circle size of 4, nothing that players won't have seen before, an approach rate of 9.8 and an HP drain of 6.
Seeing a lot more of the anti-flow patterns here. As JBH said earlier, the more anti-flow, the better the map.
I don't believe I ever said that.
Well, you did say that there is no such thing as too much anti-flow, so...
Those are different things. You are misquoting me, friend.
I may have paraphrased and added in my own word or two in there.
Yeah, no, this is between you.
And by my own word, I mean better map.
Here is some of that ternary 1/3 rhythm creeping in that I was mentioning earlier. Even the calm sections have ample amounts of direction changes and wiggling going on, so there's definitely no real period for rest. As we approach the halfway point, you can see we're obviously rapidly building back up to more intense sections. Very few regular droplets to be put down on this one. If you're missing on a slider, you are likely going to be breaking combo. Some more super high slider velocity, hyper slider sections that have been very common so far on this world. We've seen them quite prevalently in Sinnoh's maps and also in one of the tiebreakers from Yumeno Himiko, the round of 16 tiebreaker. So it seems extended sliders and super high slider velocity are definitely on the menu for our selectors. They seem to be huge fans of that this year.
Oh yeah, and if a map of this caliber does not get you excited to see a tiebreaker be played, I don't know what else will.
Yeah, believe it or not, this is the calm section before building up to the final PI, as is very common in a lot of CLSW or Minato Yukine's creations. You know that the ending is going to be very difficult. It's going to be a ramped up version of everything that's come before. When you least expect it, difficulty is just going to skyrocket, and I'm sure this one is no exception.
There's really good accuracy on this replay by Touch Me here, a 99.
You cursed him.
at
Just
some
said how
point.
well he was doing. You can curse into the past.
How can I curse the replay?
That's too late. It's cursed.
That means that your cursinating skill has ascended to the next level.
Psychedelic
I can
Curtinator.
cursinate time itself.
Yep,
Yeah.
you have ascended.
I don't know what to do with this power.
here is that ending. See how quickly some of those slide of velocity direction changes happen. And if you miss any of those hypers, that 1/12 section is going to be a huge amount of combo dropped and potentially even a fail, which we absolutely do not want to see deciding any tiebreakers. But now that I've mentioned that, it's probably gonna. So I'm sorry in advance to whoever is the victim of the end of that map in the inevitable kind of suffering that will ensue.
I'm personating the past, and JBH is personating the future.
I am.
A whole team failing the end of that.
So there you go, the grand final, absolute last map pool in this year's the 2019 Oscatch World Cup. Only 3 teams remain. We've seen some incredible battles today. It was Chile that eventually came out on top in the losers bracket. They will be competing against China in next week's losers grand final, who were themselves kind of unfortunately shot down by former 3-time champions Korea in the winners bracket final. So the remaining 3 teams, China, Chile, and Korea between them, have actually won every single Catch World Cup to date, from 2012 all the way through to last year's edition. And it looks like that one of these 3 teams will obviously be repeating that feat, that statistic for 2019. Will it be South Korea? Will it be China? Will it be Chile? South Korea have 3 wins, China 2, Chile the 1.
And you gotta remember, Chile versus China. That's 2018 losers grand finals rematch right there.
Possibly could become 4-time World Cup champions. That in itself is just crazy.
Yeah, either way, whoever takes the crown next weekend, history will be made. We'll top off another fantastic Oscatch World Cup. There's still a little bit of time to get your banners if you so wish to say, I supported the winning team all along. There's only 3 to pick from now, so you have a 33% chance of keeping that banner for a little bit beyond the end of the tournament if your team is victorious. But whoever wins, huge thank you to the teams that have been eliminated today for making an excellent World Cup. The US, Mexico, and France in getting to the final 6. 3 remain, only 1 can win, but all of our remaining teams are assured of a podium and some of the prize pool. But I think that's just about going to do it for us. Any final words from you boys, Quijibo or Elux, heading into next week?
Oh, well, we've seen what happened with Mexico today, so anything can happen.
I'm
Literally
very heartbreaking
anything
that they couldn't
can
make
happen.
their first winners podium. But they'll be back stronger next year. They've put on a great performance for us, and I think they can be very proud of their performance. Lots of fans cheering them on that can be very happy with how they performed.
Definitely, and if we've seen how well Mexico performed today, don't count Chile out. They might turn around and end up surprising everyone like Mexico did and end up beating China.
Yeah, maybe. Can happen.
If we're lucky, anything will happen. But for now, I think we're all going to have to bid you adieu. Thank you very much to our fellow commentators. Thank you very much to our streamers, all the stats team. You've done a wonderful job giving us all this fabulous information. Thank you to the players for giving us outstanding Oscatch to watch, and to everyone in the Twitch chat. If you subscribed, if you donated, if you followed, or even if you just hung around and cheered on your favorite team, you've made it a blast, and we'll be back with just a little bit more, the conclusion, the thrilling conclusion to the Oscatch World Cup 2019 edition next week. Thank you all so much for watching. We will see you next time.
Next week.